Thank you very much. Right, so good morning everyone, members, officers and any members of the public who are viewing the live stream. Welcome to this meeting of the South Cambridgeshire District Council Planning Committee on the 10th of September 2025. My name is Councillor Anna Bradnam and I'm the chair of this committee, and I'm going to ask the members to introduce themselves. Firstly, I'll start on the back row. Councillor Redrup.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Councillor Redrup. I'm one of the members for the Harston and Compton ward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ariel Khan.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Councillor Ariel Khan, and I also represent the Harston and Compton ward.
Thank you. Dr. Hawkins.
Morning, everyone. Tumi Hawkins, Caldecott ward.
Thank you. Councillor Garvey. Microphone. Microphone.
Sorry, good morning, Councillor Garvey, representing Girton, Drogheda and Madingley.
Thank you. Councillor Rixon.
Good morning, Councillor James Rixon, representing Histon and Impington.
Thank you. Councillor Sanford.
Good morning, Chair, everyone. Councillor Peter Sanford, one of the members for Caxton and Papworth ward.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Good morning, Councillor Eileen Wilson, member for Cottenham ward.
Thank you. Councillor Dr. Richard Williams.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Richard Williams. I represent Whittlesford, Triplow, Heathfield and Newton.
Thank you. And Dr. Heather Williams.
Morning
No,
all. It does feel very much like the first day of term for us. I don't know why. But Heather Williams and I represent the villagers of the Mordens ward.
Thank you. And we have officers supporting.
Perhaps I would introduce myself.
Yes. Sorry.
Peter Fane, member for Shelford ward, and I'm vice chair of the committee. And
I should point out I'm the district councillor for Milton and Waterbeach ward. But at the top table we have officers. Rebecca Smith.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Smith. I'm the delivery manager.
Thank you. Our legal officer.
Morning, Richard Pitt. I'm the legal advisor.
Thank you. We've got Sarah.
Sarah Steed, Democratic Services Officer.
Thank you. And Aaron is kindly broadcasting the meeting. Thank you, everyone. So those in the chamber are reminded that the meeting is being live streamed. By your presence here in the chamber and via video conference, you're deemed to have consented to being filmed and to the use of images and sound recordings for a webcast and an archived recording. May I ask those who are joining us remotely to ensure that their camera and microphone remain off unless they are addressing the committee. If a member arrives after the start of an application or leaves the chamber once an application has commenced, they will not be able to take any further part in that application, either by entering into the debate, questions of clarification, or the vote. So item 2 on the agenda is apologies. So Sarah, could you advise us of the apologies?
Chair, we've had apologies from Councillor Martin Khan and Councillor Corin Garvey is attending as substitute today.
Thank you very much. Are there any other apologies? No? Okay. So, item 3, please would councillors declare if they have any declarations of interest and also identify which application their declaration relates to, and can you on this occasion include whether you have been contacted by an agent? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. So on agenda item 8, there are appeals that are within my ward that I have had discussions with officers on. Obviously, it's not a decision making. And in relation to agenda item 6, I was contacted by somebody in relation to that item. I was very clear and refused to discuss the application and refused to take part in any further conversation with them, and therefore I do believe I'm able to take part in today, as I did not discuss and would not discuss that application with them.
Okay. Anybody else been contacted? Thank you. Councillor Dr. Lisa Redrup.
Yes, I was also contacted about the same agenda item and was asked if I had any questions for them about it, and I said that I would ask any questions today in the chamber, so I believe I'm still able to take part as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members. Councillor Dr. Ariel Khan.
As Councillor Redrup and Wilson, I was also contacted by an agent for that item.
Item 6.
But yeah, item 6. But similarly, I also said that I did not, I would not ask any questions except for in the chamber.
Thank you very much. And was anybody else? Councillor Rickson?
Yes, sorry. Yeah, I was contacted by email on that. Is that, I guess, but I haven't responded also or engaged with that.
Thank you. And Councillor Peter Fane?
Oh, the same.
The same. You're counted by
So I
email.
think quite a few of us were, probably all.
Can I ask the...
I think it's okay because Councillor Khan had already explained that he didn't.
Right, can I just congratulate you all on doing exactly the right thing when you were contacted by agents. As you've said, Sorry, Councillor Wilson, go ahead.
I too was contacted by email, but I haven't responded on item 6, so I still feel that I'm not biased in any way.
Councillor Sandford?
Likewise, I received an email from the agent. I haven't responded to it.
And indeed, I received an email from an agent. I didn't check which application it was for. Councillor Dr. Toomey Hawkins.
Chair. Sometimes we do get emails sent to us from agents and developers. I mean, at the end of the day, it's what they do. And I suspect that whatever is in that email is probably is here. So do we always have to declare that?
No, in this particular instance, we have been asked to...
Open the...
Just one moment, just one moment.
Yeah, I think so it transpires this email was sent and the case officer hadn't seen it, so it doesn't form part of the suite of documents that you have seen. I think the case officer and Rebecca are going to, when they introduce that item, are going to speak to the relevance of that as far as what's material and what isn't. But what really should happen is everything should go through the planning agent, as you know. But just to reiterate the point, sorry, the case officer, and then the case officer will either add it as an addendum to the report. I think this is slightly different in that it concerns potential reserve matters rather than the outline application, which is actually the matter for discussion today. So it's quite important not to take all of that on board, but the case officer will mention that. But yeah, well done to members. You've all had excellent training and don't obviously discuss an application before it comes before committee. Don't attend unaccompanied site visits, all of that kind of thing. So, thanks.
And as I was saying, congratulations to members for doing the right thing. And can I remind agents, it is inappropriate to do that. Please do direct any comments through the case officer so that any information can be handed out to the members in a formal way so that everybody sees the same thing. So, thank you very much, everyone, on that. I think we can proceed. So, we move on to how we consider the planning applications, and I'm going to clarify the process that we use. The case officer will start by giving a brief introduction to the report, and I will say that there are a number of case officers who are taking part online today. The committee may then ask questions of clarification of the case officer. Then the registered public speakers will be invited to speak. The committee may then ask questions of clarification of the case officer. The committee will then debate the item, and the public speakers are not permitted to take part in that debate. At the end of the debate and conclusion of any questions, providing there's no alternative proposal, the officer recommendation will be read out, and I will request a proposer and seconder for that recommendation. I'll then ask members to vote on that recommendation, and if a recommendation falls, an alternative proposal must be made, which will require a seconder and must then be voted on, and the voting will be recorded. So that's the process we use, and I hope that explains that to the good members of the public at the back. So Item 4 is no. First of all, we've got the minutes, haven't we? Have we got any minutes? Oh, no minutes. Lovely. Item 4 then is 25-00054 REM, Reserve Matters, land to the rear of 38 Histon Road, Cottenham. And this report starts on page 13 of our agenda, and Alice Young, the Principal Planner, will present the report. So let's go ahead. Have we got Alice? Yes, we have. Lovely. Thank you, Alice. Do you want to present your report?
Thank you, Chair. Just bear with me a second whilst I get my presentation up. Bear with me a second.
We can see that, Alice. Thank you.
Brilliant. Just bear with me a second whilst I get the laser pointer up, because then I can point the plans, etc., and talk through them. So just bear with me. A bit rusty on presenting virtually. Brilliant. Okie doke. So this is a Reserve Matters application for the approval of appearance, landscape, layout and scale, and the discharge of conditions 11, low emission strategy, condition 12, provision of an updated preliminary ecological appraisal, condition 13, construction ecological management plan, condition
Alice,
20.
Sorry,
Yes.
I'm so sorry to butt in. I do apologise, but can I just point out at this point, Councillor Eileen Wilson has effectively stood out of the committee because she is going to speak on this item as local member.
Yep, not a problem.
Thank you.
Okay,
sorry. I just, because I should have said that before the item started, but thank you, Alice. Do carry on.
No problem. So just to highlight that the application is for a Reserve Matters application following approval of an outline consent, and this Reserve Matters application is for the approval of appearance, landscape, layout and scale, and the discharge of several conditions which are on screen now. I won't read them out. I was halfway through them, but they're on the screen now for you. And it's obviously following the outline permission for the erection of 34 new dwellings as social affordable houses as a rural exception site, and associated new pedestrian footway with access from Histon Road. So the application site is on the southwestern edge of Cottenham, on the northern side of Histon Road. The majority of the site is located outside the development framework and within the Cambridge Greenbelt. The site comprises a field enclosed by fencing and some mature vegetation and trees to the northwest, west and southeastern corners, and the northeastern corner. There is also a small structure in the site, a small structure in the southeast of the site. The site also falls within flood zone 1, low risk, and parts of the site fall within a surface water flood risk of 1 in 1,000, considered low risk, which increases approximately to a quarter of the site between 2040 to 2060. The site is surrounded by residential dwellings, such as 2 Cossington Close and these properties that front Histon Road. So the application, as I said, follows on from an approved outline consent, and the details of appearance, landscape, layout and scale of the new 34 dwellings and associated open space and car parking with a footpath. So this is the proposed site plan. You'll see access from Histon Road. There are several blocks of dwellings with a mix of semi-detached, terraced, and also an apartment block here. This is the public open space, and there are areas of car parking mainly to the fronts of properties and tucked behind the apartment block. So I'm going to go through all of the plans, and bear with me because there's quite a few different plans, as there are quite a few different house types. So this is plots 1 to 5. This is a terrace, and you'll see that it steps down here. I've put on the ridge and eaves heights because I note that members wanted that information prior in the presentation. So this is plots 1 to 5. This is the front elevation fronting onto the internal access, and this is the side elevation adjacent to the rear boundary of 38 Histon Road. This is the rear elevation, and this is the side elevation facing onto the curved access. These are the ground floor plans. You'll see open plan, dining, living area, and separate kitchen. And then these are the first floor plans as well. So this is plots 6 to 8. And I'll talk you through which plots are where after I've shown you the elevations. So this is a hipped roof terrace, and this is let me show you where it is, otherwise it gets confusing. This is plot 6 to 8 here, and this is 2 Gossington Close. So this is adjacent to the boundary of 34 and 36 Histon Road. So this is plot 6 to 8. This is the rear elevation, this is the side, and these are the internals. First floor plan. So this is a 2-bedroom. And then this is plots 9 to 11, 12 to 14, and 21 to 23. And this is again a terrace of 3. This is the rear elevation, these are the sides. This might look a bit confusing. Some of the plots have additional windows on the side elevation. That's why this looks a bit unusual. This is the ground floor plan, and this is the first floor plan. And this is plots 15, 16. This is a semi-detached pair. Front elevation, rear elevation, and then sides. Again, similar layout to the other units. This is the first floor, this is a 3-bed. Plots 17 to 20. These are masonette apartments. So there's a flat ground floor and a flat first floor with a separate ground floor access. And this is the rear elevation, this is the side. And you'll see this clearly on the floor plan. So this is the ground floor flat masonette. And this is the first floor. And this is plots 24 to 25, semi-detached properties, front elevation, side elevation, rear and then side. And this is the ground floor. This is the first floor. You'll see that one is a 4-bedroom and one is a 3-bedroom. And then this is plots 26 to 34. This is the apartment block in the centre of the site, adjacent to the open space. You'll see that first floor apartments have direct access to balconies. And this is the side elevation fronting the open space. And this is the side elevation fronting the rear, the side car parking area. And this is the ground floor layout of the apartment block. They're kind of in wings, so they're all in different corners. There is an area of cycle parking within the apartment block and a lift. And then this is the first floor plan showing the balconies. And that's the roof plan. Okay, so as I said, so there are quite a few different plots, so bear with me, but this is plots 1 to 5. These are all houses here, and this is the masonette. These are all houses along here, plots 6 to 8. Again, houses here, semi-detached, terrace, sorry. Plots 9 to 11, 12 to 14, 15 to 16. Over here are plots 17 to 20. These are masonettes. And then terraced houses, plots 21 to 23. Semi-detached houses 24 to 25, and then the block of flats here. This shows a bit more detailing of the landscaping with the lap in a central location, local area of play, with sud basin around it. And there is a communal garden for the block of flats in addition to the private amenity spaces provided, with a cycle store located here. So in terms of the application is a reserved matters application where officers and members are assessing the layout of the site, the scale of the buildings, the appearance of the buildings and landscaping, and also related matters such as amenity, which would be related to the layout of the site and the scale of the buildings. Matters that have been considered and approved under the outline consents and its associated planning conditions are listed in the green box here, and they comprise the principal development in the green belt, the need for affordable homes in Cottenham, housing mix, for example, drainage, flood risk and water management, and other matters listed on screen. So we're only assessing the reserve matters, layout, scale, appearance, and landscaping. So the key matters that I'm going to go through in my presentation are the reserve matters, amenity of surrounding occupiers, amenity of future occupiers, parking, flood risk, and the planning balance. So amendments have been made to the proposal following extensive engagement with planners, urban designers and landscape architects to resolve various concerns, noting the land available, the site constraints and viability. Officers now consider that the site layout successfully balances the density and car parking across the site, creating a more spacious and well-landscaped layout, while minimising the impact on neighbours. The two-storey scale and the external appearance of the dwellings in the apartment block now reflects the prevailing scale and mixed character of the surrounding residential dwellings, whilst utilising similar materials and material detailing. There is a condition on the outline consent which states that there should be a 10-metre buffer, which is denoted by this red line, this dashed red line here. from the rear boundary to minimise the impact on the surrounding landscape. There is a small incursion here to this 10-metre buffer. However, officers do not consider that this would result in any more landscape harm than siting it back behind this 10-metre buffer. That is detailed in the committee report. So overall, officers consider that the proposal is in character with the surrounding area, in line with local plan policies and the Cottenham Neighbourhood Plan. So in terms of the amenity of surrounding occupiers, the layout has been carefully considered and amended to minimise the impact so far as possible within the site constraints. All surrounding dwellings, aside from 2 Cossington Close, which is this one here, will be set between 28 and 51 metres away from the proposed dwellings. These separation distances are considered modest or significant, and officers consider that the distances, coupled with the scale, massing and design of the proposed dwellings, mitigate against any significant adverse overlooking, overbearing or overshadowing impacts to number 34 to number 44 Histon Road. I've put these measurements on the screen for members so they can see the precise measurements. So
Alice, sorry, while you're on that slide, could you just itemise to us the house numbers on Histon Road so we can see which ones are which?
Sorry, yes, I should have done that on the plan. So this is number 46 here, Histon Road. This is number 44. This is number 38, 36, 34 and 32. This is number 1, Cossington Close, but number 32 kind of blocks views from number 1 Cossington Close, and this is number 2 Cossington Close, which its front elevation is here and its rear elevation fronts onto the site boundary. I hope that's clear.
That's helpful, thank you, Alice.
So in terms of number 2 Cossington Close, officers were concerned originally with the impact on number 2 Cossington Close, and the proposal has since been amended to move plot 8, which is this plot here, further away from the sensitive boundary and to hip the roof of this terrace to reduce the massing. Now plot 8 would be sited approximately 14 metres away from the rear open plan kitchen living room of 2 Cossington Close. In terms of the impact on light, as the proposal would sit directly opposite this room, BRE guidance suggests that the 25-degree rule is used, and the applicant has provided a section of that, and you can see that the proposed block here would sit well below this 25-degree line. And in BRE guidance, if that is the case, the proposal is therefore unlikely, given its scale and separation distance, to significantly affect light levels. So officers are satisfied that 2 Cossington Close's open plan living area would not be adversely affected by the development in terms of light. Regarding outlook from this room, given the separation distance alongside the reduced scale and massing of plot 8, officers consider that the outlook of this room would not be significantly affected by the development. In terms of the impact on the garden area, which, as you can see, this garden has a rear garden, but also this side garden here. Officers, after review of a shadow study, are satisfied that the garden would receive an acceptable amount of sunlight in daylight, and the outlook would not be significantly affected due to the scale, massing and siting of the development and the presence of number 2's pergola. So moving on to the amenity of future occupiers. So all dwellings would meet the national space standards. All dwellings would have private amenity, outside amenity space. However, plots 2, 3 and 24 would have gardens which fall below the 80 square metres detailed in the district design guide. This is not desirable, but officers consider that the gardens can accommodate all of the uses detailed in the district design guide, which is listed on screen, just not all at the same time. As such, officers have identified minor conflict with policy here, which has attributed limited weight. So there are 47 designated car parking spaces and 4 visitor car parking spaces, meaning a total of 51 spaces would be provided. Whilst the parking ratio for the smaller dwellings falls below the standards referenced in policy TI3 at 1 space for 1-bed dwellings and 1.5 spaces for 2-bed dwellings, officers consider that this is justified. The standards are indicative in TI3, and the policy provides flexibility if justified by local context and car parking ownership, car ownership levels. Given the number and variety of facilities in Cottenham, the public transport and active travel links, alongside car ownership levels in South Cambridgeshire, which is 1.6 cars per household, officers consider that the proposal and its car parking provision would be appropriate. Officers are also satisfied that the level of car parking proposed would not result in a significant overspill to the surrounding residential areas. So in terms of flood risk, as I said earlier, drainage is a matter dealt with at outline stage when establishing the principle of development. The principle developing the site for up to 34 dwellings has been established through the granting of the outline plan and permission subject to conditions. Condition 5 secured a detailed surface water drainage strategy, and condition 7 requires details of how surface water will be managed during construction. In terms of this reserve matters application, the assessment is limited to whether a drainage scheme can be achieved with the proposed layout and design. The initial drainage design is to manage surface water through permeable paving going into an attenuation tank underneath the open space, as denoted by this diagram. And then this would outflow into a new sewer provided in Histon Road. And this is proposed for adoption by Anglian Water. All technical consultees are now supportive of the scheme, and officers consider that the reserve matters would not prejudice the delivery of a robust drainage strategy on site to be approved via the conditions in the outline consent. There have been significant concerns raised by third parties regarding drainage. With the additional information provided by the applicant, officers in consultation with technical consultees consider that the proposed drainage strategy to ensure that a robust drainage solution for the site can be delivered that does not add to wider flooding issues. And just to make members aware, I've got 2 officers from the lead local flood authority on the call today to help answer any specific technical questions regarding drainage. So there are multiple benefits arising from the scheme, including delivery of much needed affordable housing in a sustainable location. When weighing the proposal and the planning balance, the benefits of the scheme, as detailed in section 28 of the committee report, far outweigh the minor conflict with the district design guide. As such, officers' recommendation is one of approval subject to conditions. And in this slide, I have detailed some of the headline conditions which I am recommending officers. And it's also important to note that this reserve matters application also seeks to discharge multiple conditions, all of which officers in consultation with consultees consider it is satisfactory to discharge those conditions as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Alice. I have a number of questions and I'll come to members of the committee. Can you just confirm that there is a pavement along the access road?
When you say access road, which access do you mean?
From Histon Road, the part where it's straight coming into the site.
Let me just get the plan up so it's clear for you. Because there is a footpath being delivered as part of the proposal.
Yeah, I'm aware there's one being delivered on Histon Road. I'm talking about the access road into the site to be sure that people can walk out safely.
Yes, so as you have mentioned, there is a footpath along Histon Road which comes into the site. There is going to be a crossing point here, and then the pavement continues on this side of the access.
And the attenuation pond is a tank below that green space. I wanted to ask the Lead Local Flood Authority what is their view of attenuation tanks, because I think water that's held in attenuation tanks tends to be quite strong by the time it is released from attention tanks. Can we seek advice from them on that?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, who's speaking?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
It's Jessica.
Say your name, please. Sorry, I can't see it on the screen.
Sorry, I'm Jessica Gething, Floods and Flood Risk Officer at Cambridgeshire County Council.
Thank you very much.
So we do usually have a preference to above ground SUDS features, just so we can see sort of how they're being managed, maintained, if you know, there is any flood risk that's visible. However, in some cases, to provide the level of attenuation that's required, tanks are required, and there's no reason that they shouldn't function in any different way to an above ground SUDS feature, providing it is managed and maintained in line with the proposed maintenance plan, which was provided as part of the flood risk assessment for this application.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Going back to Alice then, can you also just clarify, Alice, where the gardens are for the maisonettes 4 and 5? I think I know where they are, but do they meet the minimum size requirement for that?
So plots 4 and 5, which are here, the gardens are here and here. As I said, we've worked with the applicant to work through a lot of issues on the site, and this has balanced, obviously, the site area, housing mix to meet local needs, but also viability on site. And we tried to work with them to provide additional, to enhance these outside areas for these masonette flats, make them more direct in terms of access from their kind of habitable indoor spaces. You'll note that plot 4 has direct access, and then plot 5, which is the first floor, exits the property and has to go round to access their external amenity space. This is not uncommon in South Cambs in providing masonette flats. It's difficult to provide garden areas for masonette flats in this kind of house typology. But I suppose a betterment that has come out of these revisions is the relationship between these masonette flats and their garden areas, which is plots 17 to 20. We worked really hard with the applicant team So the front door to number 17 is here, so it has direct access from first floor into their side garden, and similar situation here with plot 20 on this side. Officers obviously do note that this is not, these divorced gardens are not desirable, but as I said, we have worked quite hard to try and reduce the number of them with the kind of viability issues on site. And as I said, these are common across kind of larger strategic sites across South Cambs.
Thank you, Alice. Can you just confirm that they meet the minimum 10 metre squared, which is, you said in your report, at 24.21? I know it's not immediately outside the living accommodation of one of the maisonettes, but do they meet the 10 metres squared minimum?
Let me just check, but I'm pretty certain they do. Otherwise, I would have said they didn't in the report. Yes, so exactly. Let me just get my table up and I'll just confirm the sizes of those two, because I think they exceed that 10 metre standard, but just bear with me a second.
The table that you've provided us at 24.18 gives the sizes of the gardens for the houses, not for the maisonettes.
Yeah, just bear with me a second. If you want to go on to other questions of clarification, I can come back to that one. Thank you.
Okay. And the other one is the height of the roofs relative to the neighbouring properties. But that's, I think, another one you might have to look up plans on. Sorry.
No, that's absolutely fine. I've actually got some plans to show you on that. So I'll take that one now, if that's okay.
Yep, great, thank you.
So in terms of the heights, I've put the specific heights of all of the blocks on the elevations. So you'll see that plots 1 to 5 have just under 8 metres, so 7.8 metres to the ridge. This number, plot number 1, is 7.4 with an eaves height of 5.4. And they do vary because of the different house types. So, for example, plots 6 to 8 is 5.3 metres to the eaves and 8.7 metres to the ridge. And how they compare to the surrounding properties. Now, this has been quite difficult to, as I'm sure you can imagine, to measure. There aren't a lot of planning files, planning history on Histon Road properties. There's only plans for number 38 Histon Road, which has a ridge height of 7.9 metres and an eaves height of approximately 5 metres. But what I would say is, and I'll show you on the plan, is that Histon Road properties are staggered along Histon Road. They're varied in ridge height. They're not uniform in design or character necessarily. And obviously the proposed properties sit quite a significant distance behind these Histon Road properties. So from Histon Road, they will obviously appear smaller with perspective views. So just bear with me a second whilst I show you the site plan. So this is number 38, which is approximately 7.9 metres in height to the ridge and then 5 metres to the eaves. As you can see, these properties are all staggered along Histon Road. They're a bit more uniform from 44 onwards. And as you stand here, you'll have particular perspective of the scale of these properties in the context of what's on Histon Road. So I hope that helps and answers your question.
Thank you. So we're talking about for 6 to 8, we've got an 8.7 ridge height, and one of the properties on Histon Road is 7.9. So they are a bit taller, but I think what we're noticing is that the roof, the depth of the roof itself is 3 metres. A couple more questions. I just wanted to clarify. Where is it? How many cycles are going to be able to park in that apartment block? There was a cycle parking delineated in the ground floor of the apartment block. And it looked like 2 cycles, but I'm sure they must be able to accommodate more than that, although it was round a corner, which seemed tricky.
So in terms of cycle parking, there are 2 cycle parking areas, one within the footprint of the building, like you've identified, and an external store as well. In terms of the provision inside the footprint, I don't think you can accommodate that many within the footprint. I believe it's probably about 2, as per the official standards. Obviously you can try and squeeze more in, but it's not obviously what we plan for. The external store will obviously provide the majority of spaces for those apartment flats. We have recommended a condition to secure details of that.
Okay, righto. Thank you very much, Alice. Right, I'm going to go to others now. So Councillor Williams, and then we've got James Rickson. Councillor Williams first.
Thank you. So I have 3 areas, one of which is gardens, but I'll go to the others first, give you a rest on gardens for a moment. It's page 29 of our agendas. We've got the third party representations. Just a couple of things I wanted to clarify. You did display a list of sort of conditions that were on the outline. I'm afraid the slide went before I could get to the bottom, so you might have covered it. One of the things that's been raised is about construction. I take it sort of hours of construction and conditions around that were secured at outline. So that's I'm seeing a nod, that's great, thank you. And then also on the very last bullet point, it says about use of council resources. So I just wanted to clarify that it's Hill residential, but it's in no way, this application isn't to do with the council's partnership with Hill. It's separate, or is it part of that? Because it's not on our reason for presenting to committee.
So the applicant is Hill Residential, and it is not a skip scheme. However, the registered provider which is looking to bring forward the site is the council.
So the council does have an interest in this application, so that would explain why that part has been included. Okay, thank you. I just thought that sort of jumped out at me as a bit of a odd thing, but I can understand why residents have included that now. I'm afraid taking us back to gardens, I just wanted to clarify on page 53, paragraph 24.18, because you've referenced the 3 that don't exceed the design guide standard. But on this table, it says the gardens for plots 2, 3, 15, 16, 21, 23 and 24 to 25 fall below the design guide. So is there sort of an internal threshold that you've used to sort of give yourself a buffer or something like that to then bring it down to just 3 properties that are affected? That's my first question. And the second on that area is those that fall under the sort of design guide standard, is that a mixture of shared ownership and affordable, or is it that all the shared ownership have the adequate size gardens or gardens that exceed and the affordable don't?
Gosh, that's quite a few different questions. I'll take them as detailed as I can. So ultimately, we don't have an internal kind of yardstick necessarily or threshold which tips it over into being unacceptable as, you know, a threshold below the standards. It's based on judgment and the amount of different uses that it can accommodate within that space. So the district design guide details several different activities which you may expect to be able to do in your garden. Let me just share the correct slide where I talk about those, because I'm aware that it's quite a complex scheme. There's quite a lot to take in. So let me just reshare that. So you'll see on screen that there are several different factors which we have considered as to whether the gardens meet the needs of the occupiers. So District Design Guide states that gardens should be proportionate to the number of occupiers, not be overshadowed or enclosed by fences or built form, placed away from public areas, safe and secure, flexible, include space for private sitting out area, drying clothes, growing vegetables, play. I forgot to put the play at the bottom. And I've highlighted 3 units because, as you can see, they are the worst in terms of the difference between the district design guide and the actual garden size. And it's considered that these, whilst they can accommodate, you know, private sitting out area for the number of occupiers, and a drying clothes and growing vegetables and play, it may not be able to do all of that within that space. It could do growing vegetables and drying clothes and sitting out, but may not have an area for play as well within that. It's important to note as well that the open space provided is significantly in excess of the standards, and so it's quite generous. So officers considered that whilst, you know, for example, plot 15 had 20 square metres less, that it was kind of offset, and when taken kind of together, the public open space kind of offset that reduction in the garden size. So I hope that's clear. In terms of the gardens for plot 4 and 5, which was something that you, Chair, mentioned. So plot 4 and 5 here, they measure 20 square metres, so they're in excess of that 10 square metres minimum. So I hope that's clear. Thank you.
If I can, thank you for those responses. It was just my last question that I don't feel quite had clarified. So perhaps it'd be easier to, if we look at the chart that is in our agenda pack on page 53, paragraph 24.18, and you displayed it there, you sort of highlighted 3 in the purple on the gardens, on the plots. It'd be really helpful to know which ones in those plots that don't meet the standard are for shared ownership and which ones are for affordable rent. I think that probably would help clarify my question there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, sorry for that. I missed that off the list. So in terms of the balance between shared ownership and affordable rent, the shared ownership properties are plot 1, 2, 5. The rest are affordable rent. So in terms of that table, let me just go back to it. So 2 and 3 are shared ownership. The rest would be affordable rent.
Thank you.
Right, so thank you very much for answering those. So our next one is James Rickson, and after that we'll go to Peter Sandford. Thank you, James.
Thank you, Chair. So Alice, thanks for the presentation. My questions initially, so you showed a box in your slide, the green box, with some aspects of of the development that might be dealt with either via outline or at outline or with conditions. Could you just sort of clarify which ones have already been dealt with at outline, and then which ones will be dealt with via other conditions? Because I feel that's I'm a bit misled by that, and I think it's particularly in and around the issue of drainage, which I'll come on to next. Thanks.
Of course. So maybe I wasn't clear enough here, sorry. So the outline consent and its associated conditions cover these matters here. So not conditions that I'm recommending as part of this reserve matters application. So in terms of specifically drainage, condition 5 secure of the outline consent that was approved, secured details of surface water drainage, and condition 7 secures details of surface water how surface water drainage is going to be managed during the construction phase. These conditions of the outline consent haven't been discharged yet and are not proposed to be discharged as part of this reserve matters application. So they will be subsequently discharged after this reserve matters application, and they'll be discharged in consultation with the lead local floods, Anglian Water, the Environment Agency, technical consultees.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's a bit clearer. I think it's just because obviously we've had an awful lot of detail submitted as part of this application in relation to the flood or the water, surface water and flood risk strategy, and we're looking at that, and that's there to demonstrate, just so we're comfortable that what we may approve in terms of the site layout could work with a strategy, with a viable strategy. Okay. I think
correct.
But on that, I've got some. It's tricky because I've got quite a few questions on the flood risk strategy.
Well, why don't you just ask the questions one after the other, and then we'll ask an officer if they can respond to them.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So firstly, you showed a slide for the flood risk strategy, and which had the location of attenuation tank on it, which is under the play park. That's one, lovely. Thank you. Is that, I felt that might have been different from the actual technical strategy that was submitted as part of the application. So the drainage strategy to ditch outfall seems to have the attenuation tank in a different location under the car parking between the plots to the north. I just wonder which one was correct.
Okay, so Alice, do you want to ask the county officer to respond to that? Or
yes.
To answer that yourself? Sorry, I didn't mean to imply.
So it's my understanding that it is proposed under the car parking area, but so the officer that was previously reviewing this application has now left the county council. So I'm not sure if there's been any change since that, but to the best of my knowledge, it is under the shared parking area, and I believe there's also one under the access. And then it's the Suds Basin that's in the sort of area, purple area.
Okay, so to be clear, that diagram that we're showing is not correct in terms of where the attenuation tank is.
No, indeed, that I had the same observation myself in a less specific way. I just thought, hang on, that's not quite where we said before. But am I right in thinking, Alice, that the drainage strategy has been signed off by the lead local flood authority? Is that right? Or has that condition been discharged already? Or is it yet to come?
So that condition 5, has not been discharged yet. It will be discharged subsequently to this application whenever the full drainage details have been worked out. Apologies if I've made an error there in terms of where the attenuation tank is. That's probably my error. So apologies for that. But I suppose the general point is that the design, layout, appearance, scale, landscaping can be, will not prejudice the drainage scheme coming forward in the future, and the site can be adequately drained.
Okay, and so does that satisfy the answers to the other questions you might have asked? Or do you
No, I have further things. I think it's
about drainage. I think, if I may say so, that the drainage strategy hasn't been that hasn't yet been discharged. So
I think
if you want to raise them, that's fine.
I think it's important to raise them at this stage, seeing as this application relies on demonstrating this layout can work with a viable drainage strategy, and so we've presented with a huge amount of information for that drainage strategy. I think.
So, would you like to ask your subsequent questions?
I'm just a bit. I'm concerned, and I appreciate the reason for it, because we are not considering the drainage strategy. But the fact that there's no comment from either Anglian Water or the Internal Drainage Board, both of which the drainage strategy relies on Anglian Water adopting aspects of the drainage strategy, and the surface water of the Internal Drainage Board, the surface water goes into the Old West Internal Drainage Board, a ditch managed by them. So I find that, I just want to raise that as I find that a bit concerning, that they haven't actually commented on this. The other aspect, I guess, of
James, sorry, sorry, Alice will respond. Sorry, carry on.
So I suppose, Alice, is that the reason they haven't commented is because we are not currently discharging the condition related to drainage?
So just to confirm, Anglian Water have commented on the application. The lead local floods have commented on the application. The Environment Agency have. The IDB offered no comment to the application. The drainage officer provided no comment. All of these officers have not raised objections. The lead local flood historically have raised objections because of the concerns as to whether the proposed layout could, prejudice future surface water drainage strategies on site. Those have since been overcome. And officers from the lead local flood, as I'm sure Jessica can comment further on, are now supportive of the reserve matters application, because it will not prejudice a robust surface water drainage scheme coming forward through that discharge of condition 5 in the future.
I think last clarification, thanks Alice, is in the flood risk assessment submitted as part of this application, it is stated that levels of the plots will be raised to mitigate against fluvial flooding. In our SPD, so the Cambridgeshire, the Cambridgeshire Flood and Water Supplementary Planning document, it says that if levels of the site are to be raised, there should be demonstration that there is no impact on neighbouring properties of the site. And I just wondered if we could have clarification that that assessment has been done, and then just, because I couldn't see evidence of that in the application.
Yep, so if the site levels are raised, we would sort of want them to follow the sort of natural catchment of the land, and they are proposing that that natural sort of, I believe it's a north to south fall, is maintained. So anything sort of that area is then drained via the sustainable drainage system and would be captured in there and positively drained to the Anglian water sewer.
So thank you, Jessica. Because with that, it's been raised by some of the objections has been about high water or high groundwater in the local area, and I think in the officer's report it says, whilst we're not here to, this application is not to solve that. However, it feels like the suds or the surface, the suds will be displacing high groundwater, as will all of the foundations, and the development will be displacing water that would naturally have been stored in this site. So I'd like to know, what are we doing to protect, or what is being done in this scheme to protect the proposed dwellings from high groundwater and to mitigate any effect on the neighbouring properties?
So at the minute there is no statutory consultee for groundwater, so I'm kind of unable to comment on it from that perspective, although I can say that all the SUDS features, so the basin, the tanks and the permeable paving are will be lined to prevent any ingress of groundwater affecting any capacity within the surface water system.
Yes, so by lining those, by lining the underground tanks and by lining the base of all of the roads, that will stop any groundwater coming in there. So hence that volume that we've now put in the ground will be displacing groundwater that would otherwise have been stored in that field, and it will be displacing somewhere else, potentially on into neighbouring properties, I guess.
Potentially not really within my remit to comment on in terms of groundwater, unfortunately.
And am I right in thinking, Alice, that there is an attenuation, there is an attenuation pond which should deal with surface water runoff? And that's either a suds basin or an attenuation tank below the surface.
So whilst this is obviously a really important topic to cover, I'd just like to reiterate that, of course, all of this will be considered under, discharge of condition 5. The Environment Agency do not object to the application. This is a reserve matters application looking at the, layout, landscaping, form and appearance of the site. In terms of these technical matters, I don't want to get caught up in them. They are very important, but of course they are adequately covered within the outline consent condition 5.
Thank you very much, Alice. Just one moment. Let's go back to Rebecca.
I was just going to clarify, sorry, let me move my mic. There's also condition 7 on the outline as well that deals with details of additional surface water runoff during the construction work. So there are 2 drainage conditions on the outline, one for the scheme and one for during construction.
Thank you. Right. Okay, so I think we're going to leave it in terms of drainage issues. James, did you have any other? No, right. Okay, so on to Councillor Sandford, and then it'll be Richard Williams. Councillor Richard Williams after that. Councillor Sandford.
Thank you, Chair. Alice, minor point of clarification, please. I believe the first page of your slide deck referred to agricultural building to the rear of 38 Histon Road. The agenda pack in front of us says land to the rear of 38 Histon Road. Are you referring to one of the existing buildings that's going to be removed?
Sorry, I think that confusion is how we have listed the application historically. When the application for the outline consent came in, it was agricultural building behind to the rear of 38 Histon Road. So I follow suit as it would, contain the same area of the site. My understanding is that there is a small structure within the site. I believe it's in the south east of the site, as detailed in the report, hence why it's it's referred to as agricultural building. Just to remind members that, of course, the the principle of the development has been considered under the outline consent. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Alice. I think, as I recall, on some Google imagery, it's possible to see a building, an outbuilding. But anyway, thank you, yes. Councillor Dr. Richard Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got 3 points, but the first one is an important point. It's been suggested a few times that we are just dealing with a reserve matters application here for the approval of appearance, landscape and layout, but that's not what it says on page 13. It says we're also being asked to discharge various conditions. And one of those conditions is condition 38, the sustainability statement. And the sustainability statement does include details of the SUDs. So I think I do just want to clarify what we're doing. Are we being asked to just approve appearance, landscape and layout? Or are we also actually being asked to approve all of these discharge of conditions as well, which are listed on page 13? That was my first point.
So let's pause on that one and ask Alice to clarify that.
Yes, you're correct that the reserve matters application also looks to discharge several conditions, one of which is the sustainability statement, condition 38. The sustainability officer has reviewed the sustainability statement submitted and considers that it's acceptable to discharge as detailed in the committee report. And I have gone through all of the other conditions in detail in the committee report also. So I hope that clarifies matters.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you. So 2 other points. I'll keep them brief. Firstly, on parking, has any analysis been done about the likely parking need for the sorts of people who are likely to occupy these properties? Because the report talks about various things like 1.6 car parking spaces per household. I mean, of course, in the real world, that's nonsense. You've either got 1 or 2 cars. You can't have 0.6 of a car and you can't have 0.5 of a parking space. I worry about us using district-wide or Cambridge and Peterborough combined authority-wide data, because that would include a lot of households like sheltered housing for older people that don't have any cars at all. These houses, to my mind, are fairly clearly being aimed at younger people with families. Younger people with families have more cars, so using averages just really doesn't work. And I worry, again, we're building somewhere with insufficient parking without engaging with the real world and real people. So anyway, my question is, has any analysis been done of the likely parking needs of the sorts of people who are actually going to occupy these houses, not averages, which don't really mean anything? And then my last question is about the gardens again. Now, it was suggested there was a minor conflict with the design garden. I think it's, to my mind, a pretty major conflict. But I did want just to get clarification on something in paragraph 24.20, where it says officers sort of almost try and dismiss, really, the conflict with the design guide by saying that all of the uses will not occur at the same time. Really what that means, I mean, some of these gardens are so small, you can't play, to grow some vegetables, to have your kids playing and to sit out in the garden is the kind of thing that people might, most people might do, at the same time. So to sort of dismiss it all and say, oh, well, it's considered they wouldn't, do those at the same time seems a very odd statement to me. So can we just clarify that there is a clear conflict with that policy, and the size of some of these gardens, what we're saying is insufficient to be able to accommodate those uses. You might be able to do one of them, but only one of them. I mean, is that what that really means?
So, Alice, if you could come back on the parking assessment and the gardens.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councillor Williams. In terms of car parking, there hasn't been a specific parking needs assessment for affordable units with a breakdown of shared ownership and affordable rent. I acknowledge what Councillor Williams has said. but it is not unusual for the council to take local circumstances and car ownership figures for South Cambs into consideration when looking at parking ratios for sites. As I've said in the committee report, we considered that there was sufficient justification to defer away from the indicative standards outlined in TI3 for those smaller units, you know, 1-bed and 2-bed properties. Of course, you know, members can take that into consideration and potentially come to a different conclusion. But I think what is important here is that the outline consent granted permission for up to 34 dwellings on site. The site is quite constrained, and officers had to balance a lot of matters when considering the proposal in the round in the planning balance and helping the applicant redesign the scheme. You know, we had to balance density, delivering much needed affordable homes alongside viability for the site, and, you know, adequate garden sizes, car parking, cycle parking, good quality outside public open space and public realm. So there's a lot of balancing that we as officers had to do in terms of working through those issues. As outlined in the committee report, officers are comfortable with the parking provision provided on site and do not consider that there would be an overspill to surrounding streets which would impact upon highway safety or amenity. The Highway Authority have not objected to the proposal. The site is, as detailed on the plans, accessible via an access road which goes behind Histon Road properties. Parking on Histon Road is not ideal, and surrounding residential streets are quite far away from the site. So officers considered that there would be unlikely a noticeable significant impact on kind of parking on surrounding streets. So when weighing that all into consideration, officers feel comfortable with the parking provision on site. As I've said, it's not unusual for officers to take local circumstances into account and car ownership levels and have lower parking ratios for smaller properties. This is what's happened on multiple other sites across the district, and so officers have to be, you know, consistent. But just to summarise, no, there hasn't been any kind of parking needs assessment for this specific type of affordable, you know, type of house, e.g. affordable shared ownership and shared rent, affordable rent. In terms of guidance, gardens, the district design guide is guidance, it's not policy. However, officers do use it as guidance. In terms of paragraph 24.20, it says officers consider that these uses may not all occur at once, depending on the preferences of the occupier. So officers are not saying that, you know, they will not happen all at once. They're just saying that they may not occur all at once. I understand Councillor Williams' points with regards to having all of those uses being able to be accommodated all the time in a garden. I completely appreciate that, and that is why I identified that there was minor harm, minor conflict there with the standards for specifically plots 2, 3 and 24. So I hope that addresses the points of clarification.
Thank you very much. Rebecca, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I was just going to clarify and draw members' attention to the table at the bottom of page 46 under paragraph 23.7, which sets out the number of parking spaces based on the number of bedrooms at each property, and to draw attention to the fact that the larger properties, the 3 and 4 bedrooms, do have 2 parking spaces per unit, and that it's the smaller properties, which the 1 bedrooms have got 1 space and the 2 bedrooms that have got just over 1 or 1.5 spaces or above. And the fact that in the report, Alice has included at 23.9 the number of cars per household in the super output area. So it's not district wide, it's the smaller area that includes Cottenham, which actually has a lower number of cars per household than the average figure for the whole of South Cambs.
Yes,
thank you
very much. Right, thank you very much. Councillor Garvey?
I was just wondering about the long-term maintenance of the landscape and the road.
So in terms of the long-term maintenance of the landscape, condition 7, the recommended condition 7 of the reserve matters requires details of landscape maintenance and management, and that is a preoccupation condition, so that would be discharged. So we're looking to secure those details via condition. In terms of maintenance of the road infrastructure, I believe there is a condition on the outline consent which secures details of that.
Right, thank you very much. Councillor Dr. Redrup.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question about condition 11, which I believe we're also would be approving if we approve this application. It's on EV charging. Just 23.15, it says that officers support discharge of condition 11, but then it says detailed plans showing where these EV chargers will be located is required. So it just kind of seemed to say, oh, it's all fine, but then it's kind of seemed to imply we need more information. So I just wanted to check if that was all acceptable to officers.
Can I just check where you're reading from, Councillor Redrup?
It's point 23.15 on page 48 of the pack.
Thank you.
So in terms of the condition 11, the details of EV charging were included within that condition discharge, or the details that were submitted to discharge that condition, but it wasn't clear where specifically those EV chargers would sit. I believe it just talked about the quantum. The sustainability officer is satisfied with the documentation submitted and the details submitted, but I wanted further information with regards to where they sit within the layout of the site.
Sounds very sensible. Do you want to come back?
Okay, so does that mean you'd need another condition just to ask for that, or is that all covered within what we've got?
My understanding was that I had recommended a condition to secure that details, but if I haven't included that, then that's my error.
I'm not
It says detailed plans showing where these EV chargers will be located is required, and previously you've said officers support discharge of condition 11, but that's presumably with that drawing.
Just to jump
yes.
I was going to say, just to jump in at that point, so condition 11 related to the low emissions strategy, which Alice has conditioned later on in the reserve matters conditions that it needed to be carried out in accordance with that. However, condition 3, I would expect it would be included within condition 3 about the hard and soft landscaping, because that's got car parking layouts included within there. So I would anticipate we can list it if you would require the specific detail to be listed. However, I would anticipate it would be submitted as part of condition 3.
We could add the wording at 3A then, no development above ground level, blah, 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 until it shall include A, proposed finished levels or contours, car parking layouts, including EV charging locations or something like that. Yeah. Are we happy with that in principle as an amendment? Nobody's objecting. Good. Okay. Just one other thing. If you've had, was there anything else you wanted, Councillor Redrup?
Well, it was just in 23.14 it mentioned an SPD relating to EV chargers, and I tried looking for that and I wasn't sure what it was, so I was just wondering if it's okay to let me know which SPD it was. Thank you.
Yes, of course, that's the Sustainable Design and Construction SPD.
Okay, thank you. I thought I'd tried looking in there and I hadn't found it, so I will try again. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to ask, given that parking is likely to be quite constrained on this site, as I think you've acknowledged, will there be any intention to identify the parking spaces? I only ask this because in my own village we have, in other words, put the house number on the parking spaces so everybody knows who parks where, because this can be quite contentious. On the bright side, in my own village at North Lodge Park, we have a development which is 40% affordable housing, and the use of car parking spaces is not constrained. You know, it's got the same numbers as this, but lots of people do not have cars or only have one between, you know, so it's not as tricky as one might think, because the level of car ownership is relatively low and lots of people cycle, which is good. But I just wondered, is there any intention to number the car parking spaces for the avoidance of confusion for the people on the development?
So I don't believe there is intention to, but we wouldn't necessarily have that level of detail. I believe some spaces will be allocated to certain units, whereas some are designated as visitor car parking spaces. If members wanted them to be marked out and reference to certain plots, then I'm sure that we could add that to condition 3 if Rebecca agreed, for kind of further details as to the layout or the allocation of car parking spaces.
Okay, thank you. We've got a pause for consultation going on here. I'll just pause for a moment.
The condition 3 already includes car parking layouts. However, the council wouldn't fall to enforce the parking on the site. So I'm not sure it's reasonable for us to put a condition on saying that the plots had to be individually demarked, because what would happen if somebody didn't park in the correct space?
I'm not suggesting the district council would enforce, it's just so that everybody knows which plot is relevant to their property.
Well, car parking layouts included within condition 3, so it may be that the applicant chooses to give that level of information if they wish to do so.
It's helpful. I found it helpful.
Could you do an informative?
If members wish to, we can.
I think
Chair,
it's helpful.
perhaps we go with the informative
Yes,
if it gets to that point, rather than going down the reasonable test route.
Certainly it's something I'd recommend, as it makes life easier for everybody to know. Right. Okay, I haven't got any... Councillor Garvey, did you want to come back? No? Right, okay, so there is... So we've asked all our questions of clarification, but before we come to the representations by the public. I'd just like to have a break for 5 minutes, just as a natural break before we move on, if that's okay. So if we come back at 11:40. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you. Right, so after a short pause, we're back in on looking at 38 Histon Road, Cottenham. So now we have the registered public speakers. And was there one other thing? No, there wasn't. Right. So registered public speakers. The first one we have is Mr. Eric Smith. If you'd like to come forward to the microphone. And you're speaking in a personal capacity, aren't you, Mr. Smith? Correct. I'm sorry we're so far away. So you've got 1 minute 30 seconds because there is another objector. I know you've spoken about this, so I'm going to have to be quite strict with you. So if I may recommend you say less rather than faster, but try to get your points in. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm Eric Smith. My wife and I own 34 Histon Road. Our back garden borders this proposed development with a hedge which we planted on the agreed boundary line in 1991. The initial tree survey and arboricultural impact assessment, AIA, which was part of this reserve planning application, stated that ownership of our edge was unclear. The schedule of trees and table 2 in the IIA both stated that our hedge, reference G005, would be felled to ground level. We complained and a revision submitted to planning now states that our hedge fell section to ground level. Hills have acknowledged to our solicitors that the hedge is ours, but have not mended the AIA to confirm ownership. Hills explained to our solicitors that the term fell section to ground level referred to a portion of the tree that encroaches onto their land, and so only that part will be removed. We have a hedge, not trees, on our boundary with this site. Further, the proposed site plan often put up by Alice Young today, together with Hills drawing 179 PS 103, which was resubmitted as an amendment for this proposed car and cycle parking, still shows a cycle park sited on the boundary between 34 Histon Road, my property, and their plot 6, with a section of our hedge removed. This is my hedge, my property, and should not be part of this planning application. Thank you, Chair and Committee, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much. Yes, if you wish to.
Thank you. Now, I appreciate that ownership is a civil matter. However, there is requirement to serve notice to property owners when applications come in. Can I just have reassurance from officers that all of that process has been followed? Thank you, Chair.
Did we get a yes?
Or are we for an
I
answer?
need to check the application form.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if I looked away and you nodded or something. Okay, so we're just checking that. I was puzzled because Mr. Smith has mentioned cycle parking. It's not obvious to me. I might be looking at the wrong plan, but it wasn't obvious to me there was any cycle parking planned on the boundary with 34. But I might be mistaken.
To come back to you, Chair, with regards to the cycle parking, there are cycle sheds proposed within the gardens of the relevant plots, including plot 7, which, and 8, which looks like it's close to the boundary with number 34.
Alice, could you put the plan up so we can have a look?
Of course, bear with me. There we go. So these little structures here.
And the hedge is the hedge along that boundary between...
Yeah, this one here.
between 8, as it were, and the property immediately to the right, which is, as it were, off the drawing.
Yeah, if you can see my cursor.
Yeah, thank you. Rebecca's having a look for that information.
Chair, I'd just like to add as well that condition 17 of the outline consent secures cycle parking details to be discharged. So the location of those cycle structures could change in the discharge of condition 17.
Okay, thank you very much.
Apologies for the delay. I forgot that reserve matters applications don't have the ownership information on because it's all dealt with at outline stage. So looking at the outline application, which is a 2020 application, the ownership certificate was served on other people who had interest in the land. So it wasn't just that the applicant owned the whole of the land. They did serve notification on other people who were had an interest in the red line. However, it wasn't the neighbour at number 34. So the applicant did serve notice, but not on that person. So they are suggesting that themselves and this other person had all the relevant ownerships for the plot in 2020.
Okay, and the concern that Mr. Smith raised was about the hedge. And that, the gist of it, as far as I understood it, was that they understood they had planted the hedge on their land and they don't want it to be removed. Can we assist or reassure him in that at all, or not?
If the hedge is planted on land outside of the ownership of the applicant, then obviously they would need consent from the other owner to do any works to it.
Okay. So is that a matter for the objector to take up?
Yeah, it's a civil matter outside of the application process.
I hope you've heard that explanation, Mr. Smith. That would be a matter for you to take up with Hill. Right, so if we're all happy on that, okay. So we'll go on to Mr. Neville, who's another objector, who also has 1 minute 30 seconds. And if you could, do tell us where you're from first. That doesn't have to be part of your 1 minute 30 seconds. So Mr. Neville, go ahead.
Yes, good morning. I'm the owner of 2 Cossington Close, which is without doubt the property closest to this development. I have a curtilage of about 46 metres to the site. The rear of my house has been stated is 7 metres from the development. So to put that in some sort of realistic perspective, probably from where I live, sitting to this back wall. And then I've got the site. My concerns here, we have repeated flooding every year. I've documented this. I've sent pictures in on the portal, so you should all be aware of all of this. They are going to raise the height of the site, and I'm worried to death they're going to create a valley between the site and the back of my house. At the worst we've had so far, we've been probably within 100 mil of water entering my property. We've looked at the drainage strategy and we find it quite contentious, really. If we was to amalgamate all the storage vessels from the suds and the detention basins, you've got a volume of around 277 cubic metres. To put that into some sort of perspective, the calculated footings for the site, just the footings, are 426 square metres of concrete. That's without road, shed bases and any other non-porous material. This drainage strategy has to work or we're done for. It's got to that stage. It really is a problem, and I'm not convinced it's being dealt with properly. But I'll tell you one thing, if the flooding comes, I'll be the first to go, because my house will flood, because it's not that far from now. Finally, with the aspect out the rear of my house, it's being decimated, despite what anybody says. I have a low pitch roof on my house. I would think my ridge height is probably 7 to 7.5 metres, 14 metres weight approximately, because nobody's actually giving me that dimension. They're going to build the end terrace at circa 8 metres, plus the raised site height. So that will push it even higher. And I'm going to lose sunlight, I'm going to lose privacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neville. Thank you very much indeed for making that point. Okay, right. So, thank you very much, Mr. Neville. So, that raises concerns for me in terms of, again, the drainage strategy. And I think a number of people have raised that. Thank you very much. Councillor Dr. Timmy Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. Two issues raised, of course, there's the flooding issue, but the other concern...
Can you speak up?
The other concern is the lighting. Can I ask the case officer to bring... There was a
shade study
that showed the lighting, sorry, the 25-degree angle.
Yes.
Can we have that up?
Yes, yes.
Please. Because I wanted to ask, that one. Now, why is the start point inside the building? Is that correct?
I wondered why the start building was
Why is it being measured from inside the building?
So just to clarify, the 25-degree plane is taken from the midpoint of the bifold doors on the rear of this single-storey extension at 2 Cossington Close, and this is the 25-degree angle here.
And the house, the block
Sorry, guys. What's the other building next to
this?
No,
this is no, this one here.
That one there.
That is number 32, I believe.
Which is further away.
Okay.
Yes.
So the point is at the single-story extension of number 2, correct?
Number 2, Cossington Close. Yes, yeah. So it's about here. If you can see my laser pointer.
Right. Okay.
And while you've got that up, Alice, I wanted to ask, why is it being taken from the top of the fence height rather than from sitting height in the lounge?
So in terms of where it's taken on the rear elevation of this single-storey extension, it's taken from 1.5 metres above floor level. That is detailed in the BRE guidance. And that is because it is bifold doors. If it was a window, it would be from the midpoint of the window. So I hope that makes sense.
Is it deemed to be the point that you would see the light, or?
Because because the bifold doors are bigger than a window, for example, they let in more daylight and sunlight, and therefore that is why it's taken from 1.5 meters from that. And I'm not aware of whether that's considered eye line, because we, as planning officers, would consider head height, above head height, to be 1.7, for example. So it could be, but yeah.
And was there anything else that Councillor Dr. Timmy Hawkins wanted to raise?
The flooding issue definitely is one that is of serious concern. I know that there's still the condition that will be coming further down the line, but there, let me know. It's not a question, it's a thought, so I'll just leave that for now. Thank you.
The other question I wanted to ask was, I looked at the shade study, which indicated that in March, when the sun is low, the property at number 2 Cossington Close, most of the garden on that southern side would be shaded. And I just wondered, do you have that available?
So
Yes, that's the one.
in terms of the shadow study, only at 3 p.m. will shading start to move beyond what the existing situation is. So at 12 noon, it's not considered to go beyond the existing shading. This outlines the sun shadow study from 3 p.m. on the 21st of March, and you'll see that additional shading is indicated with the yellow arrows. These are kind of bridge points of this block, and slight incursion here. And in terms of 5 p.m, you'll see that shading to this part of the garden here is increased here. In terms of what BRE guidance says, the proposal would comply with what BRE guidance says, which is detailed in the committee report, which I believe is 2 hours of sunlight to 50% of the garden area. So thank you.
It's not clear, sorry, can you leave that up a minute, Alice? It's not clear to me. I looked at that study, and if we go to the left one first, which shows the current situation, it wasn't obvious to me what that path-like line to the north of 2 Cossington Close, what that represented. Yes, that bit. Because it's saying that's the current shading. Oh, that's their own fence, isn't it?
Yes,
Sorry.
it's the fence.
Right,
it's the fence.
Yes, okay. And the other one was that on the previous slide that you showed us, that one, that extra bit of shading on their patio is from a tree which is proposed to be planted next to the end of number 8 on the new site, which would then shade. So can we just do something a bit courteous with the location of that tree? So it maybe move it slightly further southeast so it doesn't impinge their patio?
I don't see why we couldn't add that as an informative, because obviously those details would come forward in condition 3, hard and soft landscaping.
I just thought that seemed a little unfortunate. Okay, right, we've had questions of clarification on the points that have been raised by Mr. Mike Neville. Do we want to come back to drainage at all? I'm going to look at Rebecca. No?
I don't think there's anything further that we can really add. The outline consent was approved in principle, subject to drainage conditions to be submitted. This application is the reserved matters indication, which Alice has included in her report, an assessment of whether or not it would be possible for the site drainage to be carried out based on the proposed layout, and whether or not that would work. The actual details of drainage are reserved for conditions on the original outline permission. So I don't think there's anything further that I can add or we can do in relation to drainage.
And for clarification, if at any point, either during construction or during the life of this development, if the drainage appears not to be working and not to be coping, or if it hasn't been built to the specification, then that would be a matter for enforcement and compliance.
As yet, we don't have the details of what the specification will be. There are 2 conditions on the outline relating to surface water drainage. I think it was condition 5 and condition 7.
Yeah.
Once they're submitted for discharge, if it's not being carried out in accordance with those conditions, then the compliance team can look at whether or not there's been a breach of the condition.
Councillor Dr. Timmy Hawkins.
Thank you. Considering those conditions are not part of those we're looking at today, could we ask that it comes to committee? when it's submitted?
Could they be
the discharge of the drainage conditions? Could we request that that comes to committee?
We could.
Considering the concerns already expressed. I know it's not standard, but...
It's not standard, no.
I would say it's not standard, and at the end of the day, as planning officers, we will rely on the technical expertise of the lead local flood authority, Environment Agency, IDB, Anglian Water, to tell us whether or not the solution proposed or the condition discharge scheme proposed is acceptable. We could, if committee members were so concerned, bring that to them. However, we would just simply be bringing technical consultancy, say it's acceptable, therefore we're saying it's acceptable. I think if members obviously had a different view as to whether or not that was acceptable, there would, you know, we would need something to show it's not, if that makes sense. However, yeah, happy to bring if we need to.
Councillor Fane.
Yes, I think whilst it might be difficult to bring the discharge of the drainage consents back to this committee, perhaps we could ask informally to ensure that the technical consultees are made aware of the discussion in this committee on that point.
Good point. Councillor Heather Williams.
Also, I think it is. We don't often see conditions for those reasons, particularly if they're technical, and we do have to ensure we're consistent as well. There's probably other applications and things. But I think it would be, I know that when we do consult on conditions, it's not necessarily in the same way that we consult on a standard application, but perhaps given the sensitivity of the site, if, we're obviously not into debate yet, so we don't know what the outcome will be, if permission is granted, that we ask for a wider consultation than would be the norm and make sure that, for example, neighbours are notified of when that condition's coming through. And that as a request to put a note for that, if that's possible. I think in the past we've done that to ensure that if there's a condition that's potentially very contentious, that there is more engagement with local residents.
Is that possible?
Again, it's possible. However, in terms of planning officer's determination of the condition, it's a technical consultee request for the condition. So yes, if we, it's possible to consult people wider, but it is a technical consultation.
I understand that. I just think it would allow people to submit evidence and submit local information if they requested.
Can I come back to Councillor Dr. Jimmy Hawkins? I know you haven't asked to speak, but...
I am surprised that, considering the sensitivity of the drainage issue, that the developer didn't actually come back with a, and we have had in the past, and I know for sure because it happened in my village, a presentation by the developer of the drainage solution before the reserve matters was presented. So it is possible to do.
Just to clarify, there is Councillor Rickson, remind me what it was called. There is a flood risk sustainable drainage strategy plan, isn't there? What did you call it?
Yeah, there's a flood risk assessment. There's the FRA.
That's right.
Yeah.
So that has been submitted as part of this application. What I'm mindful of is there are a number of other locations, villages like this, we're all low-lying in this area, and developments have happened sometimes long in the past, sometimes more recently, and they have caused problems for both themselves in the new residents, but also for the neighbouring residents by virtue of displacement of water elsewhere. And I'm mindful that we need to be responsible in that regard and not simply permit development without that being considered and having been dealt with fully. So I'm sort of minded to say yes to some kind of, it's not for me to decide, but I just think we ought to be reassured as a committee that this critical issue is going to be dealt with properly. Rebecca.
Can I just clarify that you're talking about the conditions on the 2020 outline permission that you want to come back to committee?
I think so.
Thank you. I was just clarifying.
Councillor Williams?
Chair, I think I am concerned we are starting to stray a little bit into debate, or we haven't heard the public
I appreciate
speakers.
that. I'm just trying to
But
clarify the point that
making it
Councillor
very
Hawkins
clear
made.
that I'm not seeking to enter debate when I
that's
say
fine.
this. I think for me, it is a technical condition. So coming to committee, I think the important thing is that local residents get the say more than us as councillors on planning committee is my priority right now for if it is approved. So I think it's not so much about that condition coming back to committee, it's about ensuring that the consultation is full with the local community. But I do fear that we are starting to stray down the path of debate, Chair.
We're not in debate. We're still dealing with these responses to questions that have been raised on the basis of what the local residents have said. So we'll pause there and we'll consider that when we've heard the rest of the representation. So we have the agent next, which is Duncan Mason. Apologies. So you have 3 minutes, sir. Thank you. When you're ready.
Good afternoon. I'm Duncan Mason from Carter Jonas, the planning agents for the application. As we have heard, planning permission was granted for this development as an affordable rural exception site in April last year. Permission was granted explicitly because these affordable houses are needed in the village. Since this time, Hill have acquired the site. They propose to develop the houses, which will then be managed and operated by South Cambridge's housing team. The focus now, therefore, is the detailed layout and design of the houses. In this context, can I take the opportunity to thank the case officer and her colleagues for their input into the proposals. Discussions have been firm but constructive. Amendments have been made to both the layout and the design of the buildings, to the point now where no technical consultee is raising any objection to the proposals. To summarise, planning permission has been granted for the 34 houses proposed. Access arrangements and highway impacts have been considered and approved. The site has its constraints. A lot of work has been required to achieve a feasible layout. Generous landscaping and public space has been incorporated. Existing trees have been respected, as is the principle of the 10-metre buffer sought to the countryside to the northwest. The apartment block has been reduced to 2 storeys, and development has been pulled away from the boundary to the eastern corner to avoid danger of overshadowing. 51 car parking spaces are proposed. The number of spaces has been agreed with officers. It is agreed that this provision will meet the needs of the future residents. In terms of drainage, picking up on query earlier, the principle of the tanking is shown on the wider expanded area that was in orange on the sort of permeable paving and parking. Talking to the groundwater issue, the premise of this being that rather than exacerbate issues locally, it will remove water on site from the water table and manage its discharge into a controlled system. We are aware of concerns locally, and again, a lot of work has been undertaken accordingly. Hill have identified a need for additional drainage infrastructure along Histon Road. Early discussions with bodies, including Anglia Water, regarding the delivery of these works have taken place, and the LFA is content with the principle of the infrastructure now proposed. Agreement of the layout details will allow these drainage details to be worked up to be formally discharged subsequent to this under condition 5. To conclude then, much work has been done to bring forward an appropriate character of development to realise this planning permission and meet the local housing need. We hope very much the committee is supportive of this work and is minded to approve these reserved matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Right. Okay, so Are there any questions of the officers on the basis of what Mr Mason has said? Councillor Heather Williams.
It's just reasons for committee. I appreciate it's calling a third party. Again, we've had the reference to South Cambridgeshire. Just wondering why that's not one of the reasons it's come to committee. Just checking officers were aware of that. Because normally it would say if the council has interest in it. And for a public perception point of view, I think that's really important. It's really clear if the council has an interest in a property.
Is that for Alice?
As far as the application is concerned, it's not a Reg 3 or a Reg 4 application. So it would only be if it was a Regulation 3 application that it would be a reason for being presented to committee under the scheme of delegation, which is if the council is the applicant and the landowner, of which we are neither.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Thank you. Right, so we then have Joe Brooke from Cottenham. Thank you very much, Mr. Mason. Sorry, I keep getting your name wrong. Apologies. Thank you very much for your presentation. We have Joe Brooke from Cottenham Parish Council. Is Joe Brooke online? Yes.
I am, yes.
Lovely,
Yes,
thank you.
you.
So, Joe, can I just clarify that you've got the permission of your parish council to speak on their behalf? Lovely.
I have, yes.
And you've got 3 minutes when you're ready. Thank you very much, Joe.
So while the parish council supports the principle of affordable housing, this can't be at the expense of local policy compliance or the amenity of existing and future residents. As Councillor Williams has picked up, what hasn't been mentioned in the reports is that the application is for the district council, and therefore you do have a significant interest in this application. In terms of flooding and neighbourhood amenity, although the outline application sets out a surface water drainage strategy, there remain serious concerns that the development could worsen flooding in the local area. The application relies on a new pipe along Histon Road, but there's no guarantee that will be delivered. The Parish Council knows all too well from other major developments that although infrastructure is conditioned pre-development or occupation, it often doesn't happen until well after the sites are completed and the developers have left. There's also no confirmation that the IDB consent has been obtained, and Anglian Water have not confirmed adoption of the system. Without adoption or a robust enforceable maintenance plan for the permeable paving, the long-term management of this drainage infrastructure is uncertain, leaving residents exposed to unacceptable risks of flooding and system failure. And we must stress the real-world impacts. Local residents and Cottenham Parish Council have consistently warned about drainage problems on other developments and as a result of other developments, but the concerns have been ignored. Indeed, the LLFA have had recourse to investigate flooding issues adversely affecting land and residential property in the immediate vicinity of this development. Therefore, the drainage strategy for the site must not be allowed to worsen matters for the neighbourhood property, and we would urge the committee to listen to local knowledge this time. In terms of the parking provision, as has been mentioned, the scheme fails to meet the standards. The under-provision of spaces will inevitably lead to overspill parking in nearby streets to the detriment of both highway safety and residential amenity. And in terms of the biodiversity, while the outline application was submitted before the statutory requirements came into force, there is a very obvious I've got somebody knocking on my door of the office. Where was I? Let's have a look. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. You know, the district council have set themselves a high ambition of 20% biodiversity net gain, which goes beyond the national baseline. It's inconsistent with both local policy, and it's disappointing that the council isn't taking the opportunity to meet its own sustainability objectives. So on these basis, we do urge the committee to review the application unless the fundamental issues are properly addressed. Thank you.
Can I just observe I noticed that you raised, and I'll raise this with our case officer, you referred to the comment from Anglian Water, no objection, but you said they've said it in the report, we're advised at 6.9, the proposed method of surface water discharge does not relate to an Anglian Water owned asset. As the surface water discharge outfall is into a local ditch, the proposed surface water strategy is outside of our jurisdiction. Now, I thought there was a proposal for a manhole cover or a manhole at the entrance to the site, which I assumed would take it into an Anglian Water surface water sewer. Can somebody explain that, please? Alice, could you?
Yes, of course, yes. In terms of Anglian Water's comments, you know, we've consulted them for updated comments and that they haven't provided updated comments. Of course, all of these drainage details are going to come forward in the condition discharge of condition 5 and the outline consent. But in terms of a potential solution which the applicant is putting forward, they're looking at putting a sewer in Histon Road. You are correct, Chair, and then that will look to be adopted by Anglian Water. You know, the adoption process is subject to a different process with Anglian Water directly, and if you know, if and when that condition discharge comes forward, we would expect evidence that if they are looking to put in an Anglian Water sewer, which is then going to be adopted by Anglian Water, that the adoption documentation is supplied within that condition discharge. So there is confirmation that Anglian Water would take that on. So hopefully that addresses, or at least comes back to you on that.
I'm a bit puzzled. So perhaps the manhole cover at the entrance to the road is actually for foul sewage, because they've said no objection, but they haven't, and they've said the impacts on the public foul sewage network are acceptable, but they haven't said we will accept the flows. They have to, I know, but then they've said the proposed method of surface water discharge goes into a local ditch, not into a surface water drain.
So my understanding is that the water will go to a newly constructed sewer on Histon Road, and then the conveying water will go into an IDB drain, which is further along Histon Road. Obviously, the confirmation of that drainage design and that solution, as I said, will come forward within that condition discharge.
Okay. Sorry, thank you. Jessica, did you want to make a comment on that?
No, I think Alice covered it. I was just going to clarify that the manhole might be in relation to foul, because the surface water sewer, there currently isn't a surface water sewer in Histon Road, so it would be a case of requisitioning that surface water sewer by the developer for Anglian Water to lay the new surface water sewer, which then outfalls to the ditch.
Where is the ditch, Jessica?
It's further southwest of the site, along Histon Road.
Right, okay. Has anybody got any other questions? Councillor Heather Williams?
It's not a question, Chair, but through the speakers and the report, I do feel that the council has significant interest in this application. Therefore, as a member of this council, I'm going to declare an interest as a member of this council. As in other applications, when the council is the applicant and the like, I'm not predetermined, I've not had discussions. I do feel that I'm able to carry on and make a decision on this application, but I feel uncomfortable not declaring that interest given the evidence that's been in front of us that there is significant interest of this council in this application.
Thank you very much. We've been advised that the district council is not the applicant or the landowner. So, but fine, if you want to declare it, that's absolutely fine, and we can make a note of that. Rebecca's just going to clarify that point.
Just to clarify, we haven't been made aware of any contract between the developer, the applicant, and the council. So, although it has been alluded to that that the council will be the registered provider, we may not be the registered provider. It could be any number of registered providers that make use of it, of the permission. We've not been, as planning, we haven't been made aware of that.
We get
We've
advice from
registered.
housing.
We've had your declaration. That's fine. We are going on the basis of the information that we have in front of us at the moment, unless our legal advisor would like to say anything else.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, for when it's an application by Skip, or in the city case, KIP, then that is fully sort of transparent in terms of the report. And this one is silent as to RP. From the sounds of it, it could be technically any RP. I mean, you've made a declaration of interest, which obviously has been heard. If you want to, if you know, there's nothing wrong with you doing that. It's been noted. But as we've heard from the planning manager, there is nothing to suggest that it will be a nailed-on local authority taking on the RP role on this one.
Okay, thank you. Right, so we'll move on to other questions prompted by the presentation by Cottenham Parish Council. So, to the case officer. So, Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. Cottenham Parish Council made a number of points about biodiversity. Now, 21 pointed out that biodiversity is not a reserved matter, can only be considered at outline application stage. But in this case, it is, of course, one of the conditions which we are being asked to discharge. So I thought it might be helpful for the case officer to clarify that, and also the question of whether, this is raised by others, the difference between off-site and on-site biodiversity net gain, whether that can be taken into account.
Thank you for your question. With regards to B&G, you're correct in that the reserve matters also seeks to discharge condition 37, biodiversity net gain plan, which secures details of biodiversity net gain. As mentioned in the report and previously, the condition was attached prior to the adoption of the mandatory 10% B&G as brought in by the Environment Bill. So there's no statutory requirement to deliver 10% biodiversity net gain, just a net gain. As detailed in the report, the development seeks to provide as much net gain on site as possible, but there is a reduction in habitat units, and there will be some habitat units provided off-site, secured via an agreement with an off-site biodiversity unit provider. The ecology officer is supportive of this approach because for reasons outlined in their consultation response, and as I said, the applicant has provided evidence that they have looked at providing it all on site, but it's not possible given various reasons, including the density required to make the application site viable. And obviously that must be balanced against other considerations. But just to kind of highlight that it is compliant with what the condition requires, and mandatory 10% is not required by that condition because of the time of when that consent was permitted. So I hope that's clear for you.
Thank you very much, Alice. We have another question raised by the observations made by Cottenham Parish Council from Peter Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. Paragraph 626 on page 26 of our agenda pack says the site is outside the Old West Internal Drainage Board district. From the foregoing comments by the officers, there seemed to be an implication that the IDB would accept outflows from the site regardless of that. Could someone comment, please?
Thank you. Alice, can you respond on that, please?
So it is my understanding that the outflow, so the particular drain that is an IDB drain that the proposal would flow eventually into after going into a potential Anglian water sewer. Of course, this is all subject to further workings out and drainage details, which again will be submitted in condition 5. My understanding is that falls outside the jurisdiction of the Old West IDB. But in terms of consultation, of course, when that condition comes forward, we will consult the correct IDB on that condition discharge.
I think my understanding is that the site is outside the IDB area, but the ditch outfalls into the IDB area. Anyway, they have chosen not to comment, so that's fair enough. Right, we have one final speaker, which is Councillor Eileen Wilson, speaking as Cottenham Ward Councillor, as local member. And I also wanted to remind members that we received a written statement which was printed on our desk when we arrived, and that is from objectors Mark and Emily Baines. So can I just ask that you take the opportunity to read that before, some people haven't got a copy. Okay. Oh, okay, I've got one. So perhaps we might need to have 5 minutes to read that before we come to Councillor Wilson. Right. Aaron will hand them round. And for Eileen, well, probably. Actually, Eileen's sitting out, so. You've got one of these. I have. Thank you. Can I just suggest that we take 5 minutes to read this, please? Members, I'm just to let you know, I'm going to ask Rebecca to respond to the statement that we've received, the written statement 1 that we've received, and this is from, they say they're from 44 Histon Road. So I'm just going to ask Rebecca to respond to this.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to respond to the suggested planning conditions as you asked. In terms of the suggested planning conditions that have come forward as part of that written statement 1, just to advise that Alice has addressed the any references to BNG within her report. I think we've already made reference to it, but if I can just find the right paragraph number, sorry. Section 20. There's a section 20, so 20.1 to 20.4 deals with BNG and does set out that there will be a 207% increase net gain in hedgerow. Obviously, unfortunately, a 0% net gain in watercourse units and a net loss in habitat units. The applicant has offered to provide habitat units off-site via a 106 agreement, but unfortunately this is a matter that would have been addressed at the outline application stage, and we can't add that to the reserve matters application. Looking at the landscape planting maturity, there is a landscape management plan as part of the outline conditions. There's also boundary treatment as part of the outline conditions, a construction environmental management plan as part of the outline conditions, and there is a site management strategy. There is a management and maintenance of streets condition as part of the outline conditions as well.
Thank you. The concern expressed was to do with the maintenance of any drainage scheme and maintenance of the permeable paving such that it would continue to do its job properly.
As yet, we don't have the drainage strategy.
Okay.
So that is condition 5, I believe. And I think Alice has also requested details of position, design materials and type of boundary treatment. So further details on the reserve matters conditions as well in relation to boundary treatment.
Thank you. Okay. So those things have been addressed. Thank you. That was from Mark and Emily Baines. So we've covered the things that they requested, or they were already covered in the outline. Many of them were covered in the outline. Right, so, yes. Was there anything else you wanted to raise? Okay, so, right, now, sorry, Councillor Wilson, to keep you waiting so long. We come to Councillor Eileen Wilson, who's local member for Cottenham. Do go ahead, Eileen.
Thank you. The need for more affordable housing in Cottenham is a given. However, it is extremely disappointing that this reserved matters application has come forward without a robust scheme for drainage or robust provision for sewerage from Anglian Water. Without robust schemes in place, this application should not be approved. These are matters that have caused great anxiety for the residents who live in the vicinity of this site. The high water table and runoff from the land has resulted in gardens that are flooded after the slightest rainfall that doesn't then drain away for days or weeks. The residents have noted that this problem has been exacerbated by additional runoff from new developments along Oakington Road in spite of attenuation tanks. One family were 18 months out of their home while repairs following the flood caused by heavy rain were carried out. They now have to use a pump to keep the water levels low, and this is further along Histon Road. This wasn't necessary before those new developments were built, and and the thought of further development causes great anxiety. The sewer pipes along Histon Road are very old and require frequent flushing by Anglian Water to prevent backing up in toilets and overflow into gardens. They won't be able to cope with an additional 30 plus homes. The lack of any robust schemes, along with the applicant's proposal to raise the level of the land on this site, potentially causing more runoff, leaves concerned residents without any comfort regarding the future safety of their homes. My next point is the lack of a safe pedestrian crossing across Histon Road to serve the development. This appears to be a major oversight. Histon Road is very busy, being the main road in and out of Cottenham. There is no safe crossing from that side of Histon Road to access the village amenities. Families with children living in the new homes, as well as other residents, need safe access to Cottenham Village College on the other side of the road, the primary school and shops. This needs to be remedied for the safety of the residents. Finally, Cottenham has suffered greatly from the building of 4 new developments that have contributed to South Cambridgeshire District Council meeting its 5-year housing land supply. The village has narrow streets and pavements. I would ask that, as with the other developments, for a condition requiring construction vehicles, including muckaway vehicles, to be routed south out of the site towards the A14, rather than using other routes through and out of Cottenham. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. Yeah, okay. Are there any questions from members prompted by what Councillor Eileen Wilson has raised? Councillor Heather Wilson.
Thank you. It was just in relation to the direction of the traffic and the vehicles in construction. Is that something that, I appreciate construction is dealt with as an outline condition, but could we put it as an informative on this so that when that condition comes forward, it's very clear of that request?
I see no reason why we shouldn't. Rebecca, do you want to?
I was just having a look at the actual wording of the previous condition to see if it was included last time. But I think it just asks for construction routes. It doesn't actually specify where we'd like them, unless Alice can correct me.
Do you want to comment, Alice?
I think that's correct. I don't think it specifies the route. So if you did want to, subject to what Rebecca says, we could put on an informative.
Yeah, okay. I think that's a good idea because Cottenham is a very constrained village with just the one road through it. Can we put that in?
Can I just ask for clarification of the informative?
So I think it would be something along the lines of, we request that construction vehicles and muckaway lorries should be directed to approach and leave the site from a southerly direction, from the south, or to the south. In other words, down this way. Thank you. Right, Councillor Dr. Timmy Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. The concern expressed about footpath. If memory serves me right, from the site visit we had, there is going to be a footpath on the side.
Yes,
of
there is. On the north
on
side.
that side of the
Yeah,
road.
that was one of my very first questions. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there will be a footpath along the access road on the north side. While we're talking about the access road, I wanted to ask if Alice, could you put up your the site layout plan? It would be easier for me to explain what I'm wondering about if you could do that.
Yes, of course. Just bear with me a moment. I've also got technical details drawing for highways as well, if you do want to see the junction design to Histon Road.
Yes, okay, thank you. So if you could put your pointer, Alice, in the green space in front of maisonettes 4 and 5 on that corner pointing, that's it. Can we condition that that should not be enclosed in any way? It should just be open grass, because otherwise people trying to go round that corner, either particularly coming out of the site, they won't be able to see if somebody's coming into the site at the same time if there's a fence around that. I think it's vanishingly unlikely that anybody would want to fence that, but give... No, I'm asking if we could add an informative relating to that. Because you might be right, Councillor Hawkins.
I can't quite hear Councillor Hawkins, but I can
Sorry,
respond.
I was just clarifying whether we're in discussion or whether it's a question. That's all.
It was indeed a question. I was going to ask, could we do anything about it? Because I'm concerned about the visibility.
So, do you want me to come back on that?
Yes, please.
So, in terms of detailed drawing, details of landscape, they'll come forward in condition 3 of the reserve matters. But I don't see any reason why we couldn't put an informative on about that if members were inclined. Just important to note that obviously once built, these areas of land will be managed, and because these are masonette apartments, they couldn't put any fencing around this without request of planning permission if it was above a metre in height. So it's unlikely that it would be enclosed, but I can understand members' thoughts on that.
The reason I'm asking is because those two maisonettes have very tiny gardens, and they might want to make use of the space in front, but that would make it extremely difficult to get around that corner and still have decent visibility of the road. Anyway,
as Alice has advised, we could put an informative on, however it would have no weight, so that unfortunately they would still be able to exercise their permitted development rights, which they would be able to erect a fence up to 1 metre in height.
I thought the permitted development rights had been removed on this.
Not for minor operations, which a fence is. It doesn't fall within the residential section, it falls in a different section within permitted development. So if members were so minded, they would need to remove the minor operations permitted development rights. But they would be able to, as it stands, erect a fence up to 1 metre in height.
1 metre?
Yes, because it's adjacent to a highway.
Okay. Right. Members, any thoughts on that? I don't know if you're as concerned as I am about the visibility around that corner. Shall we say we've moved into debate? Right. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. So I will actively listen to everybody's contributions to the debate.
Do you want to just address that point, since I thought that's what you wanted to go into debate for? Well,
No, it's just if we're in debate, then we can speak about I'm sure, the long list of things that all members have got.
Absolutely. But
you're very concerned, Chair, I understand you're very concerned about a fence, but as has been said, we would have to then remove permitted development rights for sort of minor alterations, which would feel a little bit excessive and not meeting the reasonable test, in my view. So I understand the concerns, but given it can't be over a metre, if this helps, I think that is, to be honest, it's a reasonable balance, it's a reasonable thing to do. As we're in debate, so going through some of the things that have been raised, I completely understand the drainage concerns and the flooding concerns that have been raised across the board. I do not believe that what is in front of us today is adequate. I think it needs a lot more work before it can get to a point of being able to be discharged as a condition. That being said, we're not being asked to discharge that condition today. So I'm going to make it very clear that I don't think what is here is adequate or robust enough. I completely agree with local residents on that. So it is my view that significant development of that would happen, but that is something that's going to be dealt with at a later stage. The issue for me today, in my mind, is can something be achieved within the landscape that we're looking at today? And I do believe that what's been proposed is not it, but that it can be achieved, and there is the ability to achieve it with the landscape in place. When it comes to the quality of life for future residents, which we have to consider, as well as existing residents, I think the garden sizes really do concern me. You know, we're talking, I've done the square root of the 43 metre garden, that's 6.5 metres by 6.5 metres. So it's not much different to this sort of inner circle here. And if COVID didn't teach us anything, you know, people need that outdoor space. They need to be able to get fresh air. We want to be proactive about, you know, the next generation in their gardens and the like. You know, growing vegetables is something I know for my daughter was a great way for her to learn about the environment and how one creates the, you know, feeds in. And if we give these sort of literally postage stamp gardens, how are we actually going to ensure that people get those opportunities that we want them to have? And when we are dealing with planning applications, it's not just about where the houses are on the map. We do need to look at the whole experience for existing residents. I know on the scales it referred to 3. However, when we look at page 53 on that graph, I don't remember if I want to turn to it. On the difference, only those that are less than 30 square metres have been included. But there's 2 more, one at 21 and 25, that I would actually, so I would consider that it is 5 properties. 3 square metres, 5, okay, but not those from 20. So that is a consideration for me, is these garden sizes and the quality for future residents of life. Affordable housing, as Councillor Wilson said, you know, and exception sites are something that I'm very supportive of, because it does provide, it's not just affordable housing, it's allowing local people access to affordable housing. And we have to look at the sustainability of our villages. Sustainability is part of the planning in ensuring that people don't have to leave because there aren't those opportunities, particularly young families or people getting their first homes. So I think it is much more of a balance than the presentation scale suggested. I think there are definitely concerns that I don't think have been addressed. The issue is we're not, in relation to drainage, we're not being asked to really consider those today. I think the informative about the access, because we can't add to the outline condition, it is going to be important. When it comes to the sort of landscaping and the layout for 34 properties, I think that probably is the best that can be done. Am I happy that there's 34 properties on the site? No. I think the issues that there are with the gardens and everything else is because 34 is too many for the site. However, that was dealt with at outline, and we don't have any way to object on that principle. So for me, it is still nuanced and in the balance. And I look forward to hearing what other members have to say. But I would urge that when we're looking at conditions, we do need to meet those reasonable tests, because if we don't, you know, that's a worst case for residents, because then they'll have a security which then gets taken away.
Thank you. Right, we have Councillor Dr. Richard Williams. Thank you. Yes.
We have the
plan.
Way
the balance.
Balance.
Yes.
On the screen.
Alice, could you put up the balance, please, for us?
Yes, of course. Just bear with me a second.
Thank you.
I'll start my comments, Chair, if that's all right.
Yes, I was just giving us a chance to read it through.
Okay, I'll
Do you
give
want to go ahead?
No,
Councillor
I'm glad you put that up because that was a point I was going to make as well. So, no, it's fine. I mean, I do think on that there is much more on the refusal side than appears there. I know I'm a little boring on this point, but I will mention parking again because I really think it strikes me as very odd that there aren't designated parking spaces here. Some people are not going to have any parking, but they're not going to know they're not going to have any parking because they're not designated parking spaces. So everybody's going to buy a car, or probably most people on this, will buy a car because it's really about, young people, families, and it'll be a free-for-all. Some people will get parking space, some people won't. People who don't get a parking space will park on the road outside. That is obvious. That is highly likely to happen. So the failure to comply with the parking standards, I know they're only advisory, but that is a significant point for me. I am also very concerned about the gardens as well. They're not just slightly below what's in the design guide. Some of them are seriously below the design guide, and some of the houses have got barely half, just over half of what they're supposed to have. So that's quite a significant factor that weighs against this. I mean, the comment earlier I thought was interesting in that I think the reason why we've got so many properties crammed onto this site is because of viability, and I know the transfer value of social housing is going to be, about 40, 50% of market value is what the transfer value is going to be. So, to make this viable, I can see why they're trying to cram on so many houses onto such a small plot, but it does result in some houses without gardens that come anywhere near the space standards, and it I think is probably what lies behind the pressure we're putting on parking, which is going to displace. So they're two important factors to me. I won't talk about the drainage. I share the concerns, but ultimately I do accept that it's not for this application, even though I do think there is some crossover with the sustainability condition we're being asked to discharge. I don't think it's entirely irrelevant, but I accept there are more specific conditions to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just clarify that we were told, weren't we, by the case officer, and according to the table on page 46, every dwelling has one parking space at least. So,
yes, but our guide policy is that some of them should have two. And
well, some of them do have two.
Yeah, some of them do have two. No, all of them should have two.
It was just that you mentioned.
Yeah, no, it's more that
somebody won't have a parking space. I just wanted to clarify that every property has at least one parking space, and there are more for the bigger properties.
Yeah, but the point is, the point I was making is some people have more cars. I mean, we've got, I don't want to labour the point, but it says, the two beds have 1.5 parking spaces each. You can't have 1.5 parking spaces each.
No,
You've either got one or two.
But they might have one car.
Well, they might have two cars.
Well, they will know that at the time that they buy the house.
Well, they won't, because the parking spaces aren't designated, so they won't know whether they've got one space or two spaces.
Informative about designation. Yeah,
I think we should be. I think that should be a condition, not informative.
Well,
anyway,
I asked that, and we were told it needed to be an informative. But no, I have some sympathy with that view. Okay, Peter Fane, Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. The first thing is that, as the Parish Council said, and as a number of members have said, we're all very much in favour of affordable housing, particularly on exception sites, but that this delivers a significant proportion of those which were assessed in the Housing Needs Survey, but that was a matter that was determined at the outline stage. We are looking at a number of issues which are part of this reserve matters, including appearance, landscape, layout and scale, and also discharge of a number of conditions. But those conditions do not include drainage, which is a matter I'll come back to in just a moment, dealing with the concerns raised by local residents. On the question of design, I am very pleased with the design of these buildings. I think that the heights are not unreasonable. The terraces at 1 to 5 are the same height as 38 Histon Road, which is the best indication we can have, because the others are uncertain. the others in Histon Road, I mean. I was pleased to see details such as string courses and lintels at the front and so on, which are often neglected in design of new buildings in this district. The apartments, I think, are all dual aspect, and there are balconies. As to the distance from the closest property, number 2, Cossington Close, that has been raised with us, but I think we have to accept that it does comply with the assessments which have been properly carried out there. There are other issues there that I'll come back to in a minute. On the question of parking, I mean, we are all being encouraged to look at more sustainable methods of transport, and this is a very sustainable site within 600 metres of the village centre. I think the point is that every household will have a parking place, but they will not be designated, but that is a matter for the developers at a later stage to decide whether to do so. We cannot require that. I think we had clear guidance on that earlier on. So all households will have at least one parking space, which I think covers the question of families with children who will need cars or may need cars. On the question of gardens, yes, some are unduly small. I think we need to bear in mind there is an LAP on the site, a local area of play, and without any evidence on this, I merely did my own research, there are a number of allotments within reasonable distance. We don't normally expect developers of this sort of scale to provide allotments themselves. But I wanted to turn to the very important issues raised with us by our speakers this morning. The question of the hedge to be felled, it is clearly Mr. Smith's hedge. The developers cannot do anything to that without his consent. That will be a matter for negotiation between them, not a matter for us this afternoon. As to the repeated flooding, which was raised also by Councillor Wilson, that is an issue we have to take very seriously. A number of us were, I think, concerned about the impact, particularly to number 2 Cotteston Close. But of course, we are not being asked to discharge the drainage conditions at that stage. And that's why I suggested at an earlier stage that all we can do is to ask that those who are asked to do so in the light of technical advice or based on technical advice do take full account of the issues raised, because there's a history of this problem in Cottenham, as was said earlier, and we have to ensure that it's, so far as we are able to deal with it today, that is dealt with seriously. It is clear that there is existing flooding. All we can require of the developers in this case is that their proposals do not make it worse. And that at the moment is something I'm not entirely satisfied with, but it's not a matter for today. So focusing on the matters for today, the reserve matters themselves and those conditions which we are required to discharge, I have to say that following the debate and the extensive information we've provided, I am satisfied that we should not only approve the reserve matters, but also agree to discharge those conditions which we asked to consider today.
Thank you, Councillor Fane. And I've got Councillor Dr. Timmy Hawkins on my list as well. Did you want to speak? No? Not? Okay. So if nobody else wants to speak, I'll sum up. Councillor Rickson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I know we've had quite a significant amount of time spent on the flooding, but I still struggle with the situation that we've been presented with, and as much as we are being asked to approve this application in the hope that a suitable flood risk strategy will be submitted and approved. Despite one being, one has been submitted with this, with this application, and the conditions aren't being discharged, but I have issue with that with that drainage strategy, and so it hasn't been demonstrated that that this site can be developed with a suitable drainage strategy, because one hasn't been presented to us. So I just, yeah, I find that quite challenging, particularly given the comments raised by local residents, by parish council, and the local member in relation to the flooding. I'm concerned that, again, given the discussion, the flooding being a technical matter, which may, may not come back to us. So how can we be sure that this application can be delivered with a suitable drainage strategy if one has not been presented for us? So I think that's really where I'm at. And then, with that in mind, I'd struggle to support this application because it's not been presented in that way.
Thank you, Councillor Rickson. Okay. Sorry?
I see no others.
No, okay.
A point of information. During the process of, while it's been going on, also had the issue about the ownership in relation and the status that the council had in it. Can I suggest before we have a vote, we have 5 minutes so I can share with Rebecca and our planning lawyer the response I've had from our housing department, because I would say they've had significant influence in the application, and therefore we should all be able to have that information ahead of deciding.
That's fine. Let's have a 5-minute adjournment so you can share that information. So it's 12 minutes past. Let's assume we're going to be back in about 20 minutes. Thank you, Erin. Right, so we're live again. We're looking at the issue of the ownership of this site. So we've brought in Kirsten Donaldson. Kirsten, would you like to introduce yourself and your role and explain the circumstances around this? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Kirsten Donaldson, Service Manager, Acquisitions and Development in the New Build Council Housing team.
Would you like to explain the circumstances around this site?
So this site is a rural exception site. It has been unusual in the way that it has been brought forward as an outline application to then be followed by reserved matters. That is not the normal way that a rural exception site would be brought forward, where it would be brought forward as with the registered provider as part of the development team. However, this site was sold openly as a commercial interest post-outline planning consent. However, it did not have a registered provider attached. Hill approached us as the New Build Council Housing Service and asked whether we would like to acquire the homes on the site from them. I understand there was a wider sort of bidding process there as well, where they asked other RPs the same question. We were successful in our bid.
RPs being
registered providers. We were successful in our bid to Hill in saying once they had achieved planning and constructed this site, SCDC would purchase the 34 homes from them. So at this stage, I do not own the site. I am not the developer of the site, but I do have a contract with Hill to purchase these homes when they are being constructed, so after construction. That decision to acquire these 34 homes was taken to South Cam's Cabinet on the 7th of November 2023, and the Cabinet approved the acquisition from Hill. So Hill remain the landowner, they remain the developer, but there is a plan for the council to purchase the 34 affordable homes once they have been constructed.
Thank you very much, Kirsten. Coming to Rebecca.
So if I can just clarify what's happened thus far. So the outline application came to committee in September 2022, where there was a resolution to grant. It came back to planning committee in April 2024 because there were some amendments to the heads of terms and what was to be included in the section 106. Subsequently, the section 106 was signed. The council is not party in terms of being the applicant or any involvement within the section 106. As far as this current application was considered, the council, as Kirsten has said, is not the applicant. We are not the developer, and therefore it's not a Reg 3 application. And within the application submission, there isn't anything confirming that we are the registered provider either.
Thank you very much, both. So the reason Rebecca is saying about the Reg 3 provider is because that would trigger it coming to committee and an interest.
Yes, that would have been the reason for referral to committee, but it's not listed as a reason for referral.
Right, so now I'm going to come to our legal advisor.
Thank you. Yeah, it's more for the benefit of the wider public, but also members as well. So the reason this is relevant is that ordinarily, if the local authority are the applicant or the owner, they obviously can't determine their own planning application. Therefore, it goes before committee as a Reg 3. So whereas the council are then treated like they were any other applicant, it also means that each member doesn't have to declare separate interest, saying I'm a member of this council, etc. The reason why there's some confusion on this one is because the intention was not originally that Hill were going to be the council were not going to be the the registered provider. So obviously these things have happened in a certain sequence, and the key thing is now that the Council Cabinet on the 7th of November 2023 gave the green light to acquire the site, I think it does mean for transparency, members don't need to all separately raise an interest, but I think if I can be the kind of mouthpiece and say the council now have an interest in this site, however, it doesn't mean that there should have been a Reg 3. There's no procedural irregularity. It just means for transparency before members vote and for the public, the integrity of the planning decision is such that it's now common knowledge that the council are going to have a financial interest in this site, as Kirsten's articulated. Okay. But I don't think it precludes any members from having to leave the room or anything like that, or not vote on the application.
Thank you very much. So, members, that's where we are. Thank you, Councillor Williams, for raising that, and we've clarified it.
So, Chair, can I raise a point of order?
Yes?
Just want to go back to this Regulation 3 thing. Regulation 3 says it applies where a local planning authority is interested in a planning application. We've been told we have a contract. We have a legal interest in it. So I accept it's now in the public domain, but I just think we need to clarify that point, because it's been said again that it's not Regulation 3. I think it fairly clearly is. We're interested. We have a legal interest in it.
Well, the outline application was made, and I think the original application was made before the council indicated that it was going to take the site.
I think
I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about this one.
Is that all of this is now clarified. Doesn't make any difference. We can still make the decision as long as it's recognised that that is the situation that exists at the moment. We're not a landowner, we're not the applicant, but we have undertaken, the District Council has undertaken to acquire the site. But that doesn't stop us making the decision any decision that we want to make today. That's my understanding.
I'm not arguing with that, Chair. I just think going forward, Regulation 3 talks about local planning authorities being interested, not directly developing it themselves. It says interested. So I just think going forward we need to clarify that point. But I accept it's not going to stop us today.
Right, so in terms of Regulation 3, it says, an application for planning permission by an interested planning authority to develop any land of that authority or for development of any land by an interested planning authority. Therefore, because this site is not actually it falls within the jurisdiction of the local planning authority, but it's not the council's own land. That isn't in Regulation 3 though.
Okay. We've taken legal advice. It actually doesn't, we've clarified the situation. We can still make the decision as far as I'm aware. And Richard Pitt has taken upon his shoulders to say on behalf of the committee that we recognise that that's the situation that we're making any decision in. Councillor Hawkins, did you want to say something?
I think a lot has been said. Concerns have been expressed, and yes, we have heard the concerns, especially about the drainage thing. But just to clarify, as far as we're concerned, the drainage is not the issue for us to determine today. There is a condition to be discharged further down the line. But I must say that I am disappointed with the applicant for actually not bringing that forward, considering how much it is a sensitive topic. And in the future, through you, Chair, I would say, please do better in future. There is no objection from statutory consultees. And in that respect, bearing in mind everything that has been said, I don't think that we have a reason not to approve this application. But just to make sure that the drainage is not a condition for us not to make the decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Right, so we've, as has been said, we've had a lot of discussion. We've listened to the concerns raised by the residents, nearby neighbours at Histon Road in Cottenham. We've understood the circumstances under which this site was developed, and we are very alert to the concerns that residents and the parish council have raised about drainage. Having said that, we know that the Lead Local Flood Authority has not raised an objection, and indeed none of the statutory authorities or consultees have raised an objection. Personally, I think the use of the site is actually, it provides, given that we've got the outline which approved 34 dwellings on this site, I think the arrangement on site is actually quite clever as to how they've done it. I regret that many of the gardens are not of a sufficient size. Well, no, they are. We've been told, early on we were told that the minimum size was 10 metres squared, but in fact even the smallest was 20 metres squared. So whilst not ideal, they do meet the standard that we require. And also the other thing I wanted to say was that I thought actually the design of the houses was very much in keeping with the design of other houses in this area of Cottenham. So I think it will look quite an attractive development. I'm sure, Alice, I know you're still online, I'm sure the case officer will be extremely mindful of how very concerned we are by the drainage issues. And I'm sure that you will take that seriously and will make sure that those are dealt with in the best way you possibly can, and that any concerns will be raised with the applicant. So I'm going to come to Rebecca now. Before we're working ourselves up to a vote, members. Like Dr. Toomey Hawkins, I do not think we have grounds to refuse this, and I think many efforts have been made to provide this, to make a suitable cluster of development here. So, Rebecca, over to you.
Apologies, Chair, my laptop has just died.
Oh, right, okay.
That's how long it has been on the battery. No, I can do it from my handwritten notes. So just to confirm, the officer recommendation is to approve the reserve matters, including the discharge of conditions, subject to the conditions outlined in the report below, with any minor amendments delegated to officers, taking into account an amendment to condition 3, which is to include the EV charging locations, also to add an informative regarding designation of parking spaces, and another informative about the routes for the construction lorries.
And also, were we going to put in one about requesting anything about not having the high fences on that corner, or did that come under the actual permitted development rights, that it would not be more than a metre anyway?
So in terms of permitted development rights under minor operations, fences adjacent to a highway can only be up to 1 metre in height.
Okay. Okay. Right, so that's what we will be voting on. So, thank you, Rebecca. So, yes? Oh, yes, the shading, the tree shading. Could we have an informative to us and to just adjust the position of that so any shading wouldn't go directly across the...
Yes, I can add an informative about the positioning of the tree. I mean, I think it was only indicative and there is a planting plan required, but I can add an informative.
So it's between 8 and 2 Cossington Close. To avoid unnecessary shading. Okay, right. Members, are we ready to go to a vote? Oh, we need a proposal. Would anybody like to propose this and second it? Okay, Corinne, Garvey, proposal, seconder, Peter Fain. So let's go to the vote.
That's been launched, Chair.
Thank you. We are 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10 of us, aren't we? 11, I think. 11? Oh, 11. No. 9, because I think... 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Eileen standing out. We've got 10. Okay, 6, 3, 1. Okay, so that's carried with 6 votes in favour. Thank you very much, members. Now, just before we... So thank you very much to Alice Young for her presentation. Thank you very much to the people in Cottenham for coming and for raising your concerns. You can hear we've debated that at considerable length, and we have charged the case officer with the responsibility of making sure that the condition for drainage is dealt with extremely robustly. So let's move on. Now, just a couple of things. One is that item 5, unfortunately, Phoebe, I think, is indisposed, but will...
I think Michael's going to come after lunch.
After lunch, okay. So we'll look at that after lunch, and I think we need to take a break now. So 13:40 now, it's 13:50. We'll pause there, take a break for lunch, and we'll come back at 2:30. Lovely, thank you very much. Thank you. If you could take us offline. Right. Thank you. So, members, I just need to ask you to resolve that we're happy to continue because having started at 10 o'clock this morning, we are now beyond 4 hours. So can I just have an agreement that we're happy to continue? Lovely. Thank you very much. Right. So our next application that we're looking at is item 5 on our agenda, starting on page 59 of the, well, it says 59, but on mine it's 65 of the agenda pack. Sorry, that's me reading it wrongly. Okay, so this is for 25/01395/FUL, which is 268 High Street, Cottenham. And we have Michael Sexton, who is going to present the case as Phoebe Carter has been indisposed. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. Afternoon, sorry. It's been a busy day. I'm not used to presenting this late on, so yes, so as Chair mentioned, this is a full application at 268 High Street, Cottenham, for the subdivision of 268 High Street and the erection of a single-storey dwelling, associated works, including widening of an existing access. So here is the site location plan, showing the application site in the existing property of 268, with the access to the rear of the property here, which is to be widened as part of the proposal. This is just an aerial view showing context of the site. Again, the existing property to the front, garden land to the rear, and Dermenstern to the east. In terms of site constraints, as set out in the report, the main constraint on this for this application is the fact that the site is partially within Cottenham Conservation Area, which is the area shaded in purple. And there are two listed buildings on the southeastern side of High Street, which you can see highlighted here. But as the development is to the rear, officers aren't concerned in terms of listed building impact. This is the existing site plan, which shows what the previous slides have shown. It just highlights that there is this, again, existing access at the rear and a parking point. So here is the proposed site plan, which shows the subdivision of the plot to accommodate a new single-storey dwelling to the rear with the vehicular access to the rear of the site from Lyles Road. Shed for bicycle storage and bin storage to the rear, and a private garden provided for the new dwelling. And you can see a fairly extensive garden area retained for the existing property, which would retain its parking direct from High Street, as you can see in this corner here. This is just a floor plan and roof plan of the proposed bungalow. It's a simple 2-bed property. It does meet residential space standards as set out in the report. These are some street view photos that Phoebe's included for context. The view in the top right is looking towards the site. The new dwelling would be in this area here where my cursor is. And then the bottom left photo is looking, the application site is here, and you can actually see the existing drop curb, which is where the point of access to the property will be. The conservation character is probably an important point just to come to. You'll note in the report there are some concerns from the Council's Conservation Officer. This is taken from the AECOM Cottenham Neighbourhood Plan Heritage Assessment from August 2017. And it just sets out that the buildings which line High Street were developed plot by plot over centuries, and as such there is a rich variety of styles and architecture. The arrangement of narrow, long plots, which extend back from the High Street, has remained largely intact in the north of the village, which is this top extract here. In the south, which is the bottom extract here, with the application site highlighted in red. So in the south, buildings are generally located within larger plots, with buildings set back behind wide verges and the village green. The High Street bends at either end, containing views, and this creates enclosures and a strong sense of place. Backland development is common along the length of High Street, where long plots have been subdivided, original buildings have been extended, or agricultural buildings converted to residential commercial use. So the Cottenham Heritage Assessment actually does allude to the southern section in which the application site falls as having backland development and subdivided plots. And finally, these are the proposed elevations for the dwelling. Again, a simple single-storey property. There's a single window facing the existing properties to the west, which would be an obscure glazed bathroom window. But obviously, being single-storey, there aren't any overlooking concerns anyway. So this leads to the planning balance, which you'll have seen in the plans back in the report, the recommendation of approval, the weighting in favour being the provision of a dwelling, which will contribute towards the housing supply in a highly sustainable location. Officers consider the scale and appearance of the proposal not to lead to significant harm to the amenity of adjacent neighbours. The parking provided would meet the requirements of policy TI2 of the local plan, and there are no objections from the Highways Authority. And due to the backland, character of backland development in the area, officers consider it to have a neutral impact on the setting and appearance of the conservation area. What might weigh against the proposal is the harm to the character and appearance of the conservation area that the conservation officer has mentioned. It's all set out in the report why officers think there isn't any harm, and I'm sure that may come forward in the debate. Thank you, Chair.
And a couple of other things. I just wanted to raise members' attention to the second of our written statements that we received, which is from Mr. Ferris, just so that you're aware it's there. But Michael, can I just clarify also, on page 65 of our agenda item, it says it was presented to the committee because it was called in by the parish council, but I think it was actually called in only by third-party representation in the end. Could you clarify?
Apologies, it was called in by Councillor Wilson, and also third-party representations were a trigger as well.
Thank you very much. Right, I wondered if, no, let's wait until it comes up. Are there any questions of clarification to the case officer? Councillor Redrop?
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking on page 89 and in point 19.4, and it's talking about that a building that was a bit higher could have been built under planning permission, without planning permission, but partway through it says the proposed dwelling is set approx 1.2 metres, which is under the recommended separation. And I just wondered why in this case it's deemed okay by the officers to be under the recommended separation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I think 19.4 is just trying to highlight that under permitted development, the existing property could erect a fairly substantial outbuilding within the plot, which could be up to 4 metres in height if it was set more than 2 metres away from the boundary. In this instance, I think it's saying that the bungalow is 1.2 metres away from the boundary, so it's just simply showing the difference between what could be done under permitted development and what is here before members today as a planning application.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Garvey.
I just wonder what concerns have been taken about drainage.
Drainage, right.
So, bear with me. In section 16 of the report, I think that highlights that the site is in flood zone 1, so that's low risk, and is identified as being an area of low surface water flooding. But there was a flood risk assessment that's been submitted with the application that sets out that surface water will be dealt with through infiltration systems subject to suitable rates, which I believe have been conditioned as part of the application, and there's no objection from the council's sustainable drainage engineer.
Thank you. Councillor Garvey, the microphone. Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you. It leads on from Councillor Redrop's question. I take it because that permitted development is kind of the fallback position if it's not granted. But just wondering, with it being a subdivision, could permitted development rights for the future be restricted on the site if there was concern, obviously with the conservation area and looking at landscaping, you've sort of got the scale. Is that something that's possible on this sort of subdivision?
I think they have been. I'm sure I read it somewhere.
Yeah, so
Yeah, 17.
condition 17 does pull permitted development rights in the event of planning permission being granted. But again, I think in terms of the permitted development rights, that paragraph is just to say, it's not a fallback position, it's just demonstrating that under permitted development rights, the existing property could erect a fairly substantial outbuilding in the rear. So again, that built form could be introduced through permitted development, but it's not.
If I can just clarify, so, because it's what from earlier on, so would we say something like a shed or an outbuilding would constitute as more than a minor, because we were told earlier there's different types of permitted development rights, so would it fall under this category?
Yeah, so the outbuilding would be Class E of the householder permitted development rights, whereas earlier on we were talking about permitted development rights relating to fences, which applies to everybody, not just householders, if that makes sense. So it's in a different category. But yes, on condition 17 is removing various different permitted development rights, which are extensions, roof extensions, other alterations to the roof and outbuildings under those classes A, B, C and E.
Yeah, that would cover it, yeah. Okay, still matters of clarification. I'll come to Councillor Khan and then Councillor Fain. Yep.
Okay, so I have a question about the garden. So on page 76.9.1, the third subpoint, it mentions that a previous application was refused on the grounds that there was a loss of garden, and then that the new sort of house would not have a usable garden area, or that the garden would be too small. So is that still the case for this application, that the garden would be smaller than is recommended, or is that not the case?
Let's ask Michael.
Yeah. So in 2004, a much larger bungalow property was proposed on the application site, obviously under a different local plan. But at that point, it was considered that there wasn't sufficient amenity space. The current application has sought to address those concerns by reducing the height of the bungalow, because that was another previous reason for refusal. It does provide more garden space for the proposed dwelling and also retains more garden space for the existing dwelling than the 2004 scheme. That all lines up with the Council's district design guide, so officers are satisfied that the issues identified in 2004 have been addressed and aligned with current local plan policies.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fain.
Yes, this is not intended as a trick question, but page 94 and elsewhere, conservation officers have considered this to be a burgage plot, and I wondered whether Michael might be able to give us more guidance as to what a burgage plot would be.
I can, thank you. That's the first thing I Googled when reading the report.
We raised it at Chair and Vice Chair's briefing as well.
Yes, so Google and Copilot say that a burgage plot is a medieval land term used in Great Britain and Ireland referring to a rental property owned by a king or lord. Typically, a burgage plot is characterised as a long and narrow walled plot behind a building with a narrow frontage facing the street.
And I think the point was that a lot of Cottenham had these burgage plots, and in the north of the village, many of them are still retained, whereas in this part of the village, many of them have already been subdivided. Okay, thank you very much. No other questions of clarification? Right, so let's move on to our public speakers. So I'm just to clarify, I've alerted you to the written statement by George Ferris, which we have in front of us. But we also have speakers, Helen Eames on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Lever. And Helen, you are attending online. Can I just check you're there? Yes, good. And also Councillor Eileen Wilson is standing out and speaking as local member again for Cottenham. Thank you. So let's go to Helen Eames. You have, you're speaking in a private capacity, are you, Helen? Actually,
I am, thank you, yes.
Good, okay. So you have 3 minutes, and we'll stop you if you look at risk of going beyond that, but do carry on, and you've got your 3 minutes.
Thank you. So I am a neighbour of the property. I live at number 6 Lyles Road, but I'm speaking on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Lever, who live next door to us at number 8. Our two properties, our back gardens back onto the plot in question. Due to a family emergency, Mr. and Mrs. Lever are unable to attend. They intend no disrespect to the committee, but they've asked me to speak on their behalf. Thank you.
So Helen, I'm going to take your time from now, right? Because
Thank
you've just
you.
been introducing why you're speaking to us. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks. So, as you know, a number of objections have been raised by neighbours, including the impact on noise and parking. So, this is an area of the village which is increasingly busy with traffic and parking problems and is already densely populated. Mr. and Mrs. Lever have asked me to raise two particular issues with you. One is they are concerned about the impact on wildlife, and in particular hedgehogs, who are a protected species. They're particularly concerned about the impact of the construction work and the long-term loss of habitat from building on what is an existing garden. Their second issue is probably the more important practically for them, however, and this is the effect on amenity and on the light for their property. There is a reference in the papers to the proposed building only increasing 0.4 metres over the existing fence line. However, this is not something like a single-storey garage with a flat roof. The ridge line of the roof will be 4 metres high. The gardens along the back here are really not large, and the building will be very close to the rear boundary, 1.2 metres. So, with the best will in the world, this is a house-sized solid object across the entire rear boundary of their property. Mr. and Mrs. Lever feel that as a result, every time they looked out of a rear window and every time they went into their rear garden, it will dominate their situation. In addition, the sun rises over the back of the properties, lighting the back for half the day, and they feel that they will bear the brunt of this proposal. There will be inevitable significant impact on their enjoyment of the property. If the proposal really has to go ahead, it seems reasonable to mitigate the effect on those neighbours who will be most affected by the project. The only way we can think of that might achieve that mitigation would be to reorientate the building so that the main bulk of the building lay along the other side of the plot. That would place the driveway along Mr. and Mrs. Lever's boundary. As more of the building would be that bit further away, hopefully that would at least help, and we would ask the committee to do what they can to reduce the significant impact this proposal will otherwise have. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration of the case. Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed for your succinctness and being very much to the point. I would like to raise a question with the case officer on the basis of what Mrs. Eames has said. Can we just have a reminder of the ridge height of the western wing of the building? I imagine it's the same all the way round. And also maybe some commentary regarding I think we can't ask them to change it round. I think we have the application in front of us and we'd have to approve or not approve on the basis of what's in front of us. But let's ask about the ridge height.
Thank you, Chair. I think as set out in the report, the ridge height for the property is 4 metres and the eaves height is 2.2 metres. Okay. In terms of distances from number 8 to the west, there's an approximately 11.4 metre gap between the rear of number 8 and then the side elevation and the eaves of the proposed dwelling, and then a further 2 metres into the site before you get up to the maximum ridge height. I think you've kind of already answered the second point, that we are here to assess the scheme before us rather than redesign the scheme, so I can't comment much further on that.
Okay, we might come back to that in debate. Thank you for that clarification. Does anybody else want to ask any questions of clarification on the basis of what Mrs. Eames has said? No? So thank you very much, Mrs. Eames. Obviously, you're likely to carry on listening. So, and thank you on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Lever. So then we come to Councillor Wilson, who is the local member for Cottenham. So do go ahead, Councillor Wilson. You have 3 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you. I'll be very brief this time. So I have received representations from residents of both Lars Road and Eastlands Close who have objections to this application. The main objection from the residents of Eastlands Close is that the cul-de-sac is already overwhelmed with the volume of parked vehicles to the extent that they fear emergency vehicles would not have access in the event of an incident. They fear that the access to the proposed bungalow via Eastlands Close and the single parking space proposed on the plot would add to the excessive parking and are concerned that the highways officer has not taken full account of the current volume of parking. Other objections have been raised about the potential impact on wildlife, including a group of hedgehogs that are regular visitors to neighbouring gardens. They fear that the building will displace the hedgehogs from their habitat. Residents in Lars Road neighbouring the site, in particular 8 Lars Road, have concerns about the proximity of the proposed development to their rear garden, resulting in loss of light and overlooking. The siting of the bungalow in a very compact residential setting appears to result in overdevelopment, as well as the loss of the medieval Burbage site, as highlighted by the Conservation Officer. Finally, the reference to this proposal, adding to the housing stock in the village, should be considered in the context of some 500 plus homes that have either been built or in the process of construction in 4 new developments in Cottenham. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. Can I just ask Michael Sexton to comment on the issue about the assertions or the concerns about parking, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think officers do recognise the points third parties have made. It appears that that's residents, choosing to park in an area of unrestricted parking to maybe access the services on the high street. That's not within the control of this application. This application can only provide for the parking that the development would require, which is why it provides a parking space off-road, which is in alignment with policy TI3 of the local plan. So appreciating the concerns is not within the gift of the application to resolve a parking matter not associated with the development. It has been subject to consultation with the Highways Authority, and they haven't raised any highway safety concerns.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sexton. Any other questions based on what Councillor Wilson has raised? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I think this might be something that is in more detail on the conditions, so it could just be, are you happy that the conditions are sufficient to cover it? Obviously, hedgehogs are an issue that we have looked into in the past, and we've had things like hedgehog highways. And I notice there's reference to sort of birds and avoiding that. I'm trying to scan through it again to check hedgehogs haven't been missed or hedgehog highway. I'm just wondering if that's something in consideration or something we could do extra to sort of settle nerves on that if it was approved.
So, if I may, Chair, in paragraph 15.4 of the report, I don't have the page number, but paragraph 15.4, that specifically talks about hedgehogs, the concerns that have been raised, the fact that the Council's Ecology Officer is satisfied with the details, and that an ecological enhancement drawing has been submitted, and that includes details of hedgehog holes, and then condition 7 of the recommended, that would cover the hedgehog issues that you've raised, Councillor Williams. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. And something different to a highway then. Hedgehogs are expanding their repertoire.
Yes, that's right. And in fact, we often find on in more urban areas, hedgehog holes, potholes for hedgehogs in fences are very much in our mind. Okay, any other questions on the basis of what's been raised there? Okay, so having got to that, we come to debate. Would anybody like to make any comments? Oh, so, and again, we've seen the comments from Mr. Ferris. He refers you to parking issues and the comments made that have been brought to us by Councillor Eileen Wilson. So, debate. Anybody want to? Yes, Councillor Sandford.
Yeah, thank you. Just an observation. Mr. Ferris's statement refers to images attached to Councillor Wilson's comments. We haven't seen those. And the one Google image that Michael Stexon showed us, there's maybe one car half parked on the pavement, but no other vehicles in sight. So I think we're lacking evidence for
Yes.
parking problems here.
And indeed, what has also been observed is that the back of 268 currently does have a dropped curb and an access route, as Mr. Sexton said. So although people may have been parking there because that access bit has been little used up to now, technically they should have been leaving it free as a vehicle access. So it doesn't take away a parking space, it's one that shouldn't have been used in the first place, if you see what I mean. So whilst we are mindful of the concerns of people in that area about parking, that is not a location that should have been previously used for parking, theoretically. Okay, into debate. Anybody want to start off? Councillor Fane. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So if I could just come in a response to Councillor Sanford's point, the photographs provided are on the applications, they're on the website, so I can show those to you now, just for clarity. He says.
There we are. So that is looking westwards along Eastlands Close.
So the application site would be in...
Sorry, eastwards along Eastlands Close. Yeah.
Behind that car there. There's then a second photograph, which I think is looking back towards the application site, which would be, this is the Derman Stone garage in the background there. So the application site is going to be in where this yellow shrub is.
Sorry, just to orientate ourselves.
So the application site, I think, is in where my
Lyle's
cursor
Close
is.
going around to the left, isn't
Yes.
it?
Yeah. So the application site is in here. And then this is a similar view, moving a few cars down again, application site in on the right. So this does show the parking along the highway, unrestricted parking though.
Okay.
But if that helps with...
So, Councillor Sandford, those were the photographs, I think, that were sort of being alluded to. Although I know when I looked on Google Maps, as you say, there's only one car parked there. So maybe a different time of day or a different day of the week. Anyway, yes. And indeed, different weather. So, if you wish to speak in debate. We're in debate now, folks.
Thank you, Chair. So, I do understand, I think many of us at committee will empathise with the parking situation. We would all have places in our ward where parking is a constant issue. I think the issue for us today, though, is we have to look at what additional impact the development has on the existing problem. And I think it would be difficult, especially with the lack of support as it would be from the sort of statutory consultees, to look at parking as a reason for refusal. Because I think the additional impact of this, the issue is the existing issue, not the additional impact of this development if it were to go ahead. I am putting significant weight, however, on page 73 to paragraph 6.2 from the Conservation Area Officer. I think we have to be really careful with developments that, once our conservation areas, our historical buildings, those sort of characters, once they're lost, that's it. You don't get it back. And it's been my frustration quite often that we've had development in conservation areas and there haven't been objections, and I sort of think why. But this here is very, very clear. It does not meet the requirements of our own policies, and it doesn't meet the requirements of the MPPF. So I appreciate that there is, there is always. Do you need help with the paragraph number, Chair? You found it?
No, I was saying paragraph 15.7 says it complies, but sorry, do carry on.
6.2, page 73.
No, I'm looking at 15.7, but anyway.
Yeah, page 6.2 from the conservation area. I quote,
conservation, right,
the conservation officer, the proposal would not meet the requirements of policy NH14 and paragraphs 212 and 215 of the MPPF 2024. That's in our report. It says it does not meet the requirements. And I think it's something that often gets lost in, but actually is the most harmful for our existing residents when they see that character of their villages changing and deteriorating. It's not about being opposed to development and moving with the times, but you do need to preserve these areas that we have. South Cambridgeshire villages have very distinct characters, each of their own, and that is because of the history and everything behind it. A medieval burgage plot, the fact it got Googled, says in itself it's not the everyday thing. It has its own character, its own beauty to it. And I think we should always be, there's always looking to see where development can be achieved successfully. But I don't think that losing things like this is the right way to go about it. I think we can have new homes, we can support existing residents without losing the character and the history in our villages. So for me, I'm going to be applying more weight to policy NH14 than I will on some of the other proposals. And that's how I'll be voting, Chair.
Sorry, NH14 relates to conservation, the biodiversity.
As per paragraph 6.2 and the objection from our conservation officer.
Can I ask Michael to clarify? The reason I was confused was because the biodiversity issues were covered under, let's just see. Because NH14 is heritage assets, hence the burgage plot. But at 15.7, the report is talking about in consultation with the council's ecology officer. Subject to appropriate conditions, officers are satisfied that the proposed development complies with policy NH14.
Yeah, sorry, Chair, I can clarify. I think it's just a typo in 15.7. It should be NH4, which is our biodiversity policy. NH14 is our heritage assets policy.
Thank you very much. So that's why I queried it. Thank you. Okay. Right. Can I just ask you, Michael, would you just display again the slide which shows the narrative about the burgage plot? That's it. Thank you. So can you just obviously the plot on the left shows the character, the village as a whole, and the plot in the middle at the bottom is a sort of clarifying that and shows us where in the village this application site is, which is in a location where other such burgage plots have been subdivided. Whereas to the north of the village, these plots have not so much been subdivided, which makes sense because they're out much more into the countryside. Right, okay, so members just need to think about weight we assign to that. Did you want to talk to us about weight?
No, obviously, the views in paragraph 6.2 were of the conservation officer. I think the slide is here to inform members that in the context of the Cottenham Heritage Assessment, it recognises that areas in the south where this application site is are a lot more built up, and the character of the Burbage properties is more towards the north of the village, where that much more linear and lengthy garden pattern of development remains. So, I mean, you can see on this site, you've got development at the rear of the Derman Stern site to the right. You can't really identify any other sites in the immediate vicinity that have retained this linear parcel with no development to the rear. So I think that's why officers are of the view that it has a neutral impact on the conservation area. Obviously, the conservation officer has concluded differently, and members are entitled to form their own views today. I think if you were to take the view it is harmful, we would say it's less than substantial harm, and you'd have to weigh up, do the public benefits outweigh that harm in line with NPPF guidance, and we can advise from there.
Thank you very much. And would you be so kind as to put back up the balance slide for us? Thank you. I have some sorry, does anybody else want to speak? Councillor Rickson.
Thank you, Chair. So the application is for a single-storey dwelling at the rear of a property. Not all of it's within the conservation area. I think, as the case officer has highlighted, the size and scale of development falls under what might be achievable within permitted development. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So in terms of size and scale, I think it's quite a small, modest dwelling. It's in a sustainable location, as within the village, and lends itself a small single person dwelling that would benefit from being within that sustainable location as well. So I think that is good siting. With regards to the Burgage plot, the design and access statement submitted by the applicant does actually have historical ordnance survey mapping, and none of that suggests that the plots were set out necessarily in that way, and the mapping's dating back from 1886, so I'm not sure quite how much weight to put on that. And I think either way, how far do you go back in terms of history? I think we can all agree there was less houses and bigger plots in the past, and now there's more houses, since the past. And at what point do we draw that line of what needs to be preserved? I think it's clearly been development in the area of the village, and as such, I think it's I think it's a sort of a good application and a use of site, and I think we should be supporting officer's recommendation.
Thank you very much. I also just wanted to think about the fact that the neighbour at number 8 and as presented by the neighbour at number 6 had sort of appealed to us that the dwelling might be rotated within the plot such that the bulk of the bungalow would be against the northern fence rather than against the western fence, if you like. But we can't look at that because that's not what's in front of us. So whilst we might have some sympathy with that, that is not what we're deciding at the moment. And we would have to decide whether there were grounds to refuse this on the grounds of loss of amenity to the people at 6 and 8. Right, anybody else want to speak in debate? Councillor Fane, yes.
Thank you, Chair. There are just two issues I wanted to address, and since other members have already spoken on those, I should be very brief. The first is the parking. The Highways Authority comes to the view this is not likely to lead to a significant increase in on-street parking. It is, after all, making use of an existing access where there's currently a parking space. The second, perhaps more importantly, is that of heritage. This is the first time I can recall any of our debates in this committee being focused so heavily on what is and is not a burgage. The reason I asked that at the beginning is that that is, of course, is a historical medieval landholding system in towns. Well, one can see traces of that to the north of the High Street, but it is very difficult to see it here, except for number 6 and 8, the properties next door. All the others have, as far as I can see, been subjected to backland development. Forgive me if I've got the numbers slightly wrong. It's quite difficult to see from the plots we saw, but yeah, that rather confirms what I was saying. Thank you. Now, I think there is always a problem that when conservation officers refer to less than substantial harm to heritage significance, then we think that, okay, so that's not substantial harm, so we go ahead. But it actually, I think in layman's language, officers will correct me, I'm not wrong, effectively means significant harm to the heritage. And so we have to be very careful, as Councillor Williams said. But I think in this particular case, that harm to the heritage has already occurred, probably many years ago, from all the backland development beside these properties. And so I come back to what officer said in the first place, having promised to be brief, I recall. The application would result in a sustainably constructed dwelling located in a central location within a rural centre. I entirely agree with that, and therefore I would have no grounds to do anything other than approve this application.
Thank you. Is anybody else wishing to speak? I'll just, my observation is that this is not an unreasonable development. I'm glad that compared to the previous application on this site, clearly there was a much bigger development proposed previously, and this has now been reduced, which gives more amenity land for the existing 268, as well as for this new bungalow. I think in terms of the car parking, you know, no application has to make mitigation for things outside its own purposes, and this site already has an access, so it's not unreasonable that it should continue to have an access there. And in fact, they've actually we're lucky that they've actually put a car parking place on the site, not on the road. So it's a very sustainable village. It's a big village, and I think I can't actually see any reason to refuse it, because the other concerns about heritage, I agree with what Councillor Fain has said. I think that's a long time in the past, and Cottenham is a growing large village, one of our largest villages. So my feeling is that I can't see any reason to refuse this. So I'm going to come to Rebecca if she would summarise any thoughts that we have. The planning issues, sorry.
I was just going to summarise the recommendation.
Yes,
Is that what you
that's the
wanted?
one. Thank you.
Just to check. So officer recommendation is to approve, subject to the conditions set out in the report, with minor amendments to any conditions as drafted, delegated to officers. Thank you, Chair.
And that's the recommendations that we have starting on page 94 and going on. So can we have a proposer? Councillor Fain, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Ariel Khan. That's great. So let's go to the vote. There are 9 of us in the room. We've got 9 votes. So that's 8 in favour and 1 objection. So that's carried, members. Thank you very much. So we'll move on then to agenda item 6, which is, thank you very much, Michael, and for stepping in at short notice. Thank you so much. Thank you. I think the people from Cottenham have left. Thank you very much to the people, to the lady online, Helen Eames, who spoke on behalf of her neighbours. So now we come to item 6 on our agenda, 24/04191/OUT, which is land at Hall Lane, Great and Little Chisel. And we should have Samaya online. But... Oh, right, okay. Samaya Nakamura. Hello, Samaya. Can you hear
Hello,
us?
Chair. Thank you. Yes, I can hear
Great.
you fine.
Thank you very much. Okay, so would you like to present give us your presentation?
Yes, Chair. However, before going through the presentation, officers would like to mention that, yes, unsolicited email from agents, which was sent to members, so excuse me, shouldn't be taken into account as it has not been sent to planning officers. Although the information appears to be the scheme under consideration, it refers to matters which are not part of this application. So I'm just going to get my presentation up. Bear with me, please.
And for clarity, Samaya, we covered that broadly at the beginning of the committee. We confirmed that members had declined to comment to the agent and had said they would respond here in the committee. So thank you very much. Do go ahead when you're ready.
Right. Can you confirm that you can see my presentation?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Samaya.
Right, brilliant. So this application is an outline application with all matters reserved apart from the access. It is for 8 self and custom built dwellings with access from Hall Lane. So before I go through the other parts, there are updates that officers would like to recommend in the report. Under paragraph 28.3 of page 134 of the report, officers would like to amend the bold and underlined sections here to the sections below here, which reads, the infilling of the parcel of land would not only erode the views to the surrounding countryside by breaking the skyline, but also would visually create a substantial and largely continuous break within the hedged frontage and erode the gap that separates the two village edges of Great Chisel. It is considered that the significant weight should be afforded to the landscape character harm. The other part for clarity, there are just a few updates to members. So paragraph, paragraph 29.1 of reason 3 on page 135 of the report, specifically line 5, refers to village edge. So to explain to members, so this relates to any development outside of but adjacent to a village framework, as the framework marks the edge of the village in policy terms. So just going to move on. So I have also included this slide just to explain the differences between self-build and custom-built development. So for self-builds, this would involve future occupiers having primary input into the design of their homes. Whilst custom-built development, there are 3 types, which are service plots, shells, and turnkey development. So whichever types of development that comes forward, this would be made clear at reserve matters stage should the outline application be approved. That's that. Right. So the application site, edged red, is south of Hall Lane. So this is Hall Lane, and measures approximately 0.68 hectares. The site is sandwiched between two settlements on either side of the site. These settlements are both within Great Chisel. So the houses on Holt's Croft, which is these ones here, are generally 2 stories in height, and houses on Waller's Close, which is to the east of the site here, are 2 stories at the front. So these ones here, and I believe this one here, and single stories at the rear. So these ones here. Towards the far south of the site is a rescue centre, which is this here, and fields on either side of the site. So these fields here. So this slide shows the site constraints within and around the site. So the black dotted line, which is this, is the development framework boundary of Great Chisel. Opposite the site, across Hall Lane, so this here, is a large meadow where there is a public right-of-way shown in this pink line there. So from this viewpoint, it provides views through the site and beyond, so through the site. The site is within flood zone 1, but there is a risk of surface water flooding through the site. So this purple, kind of bluey colour. I've included this slide to show a breakdown of the different years of surface water flooding within the site. So it's showing that 1 in 30 years is here. So there's this bit here. And then 1 in 100, and then 1 in 1,000 years of surface water flooding within the site. So this slide shows the parameter plan with the yellow area section here, showing the buildable area. The green is the open space with a star here where the SUDs will be. You've got the red circle here is where the access will also be. So drainage information was submitted and the drainage officer considered the information to be acceptable. And so this slide just gives you more details of the access, which is in the center of the site. The proposed access has been reviewed by the local highways authority and have raised no objection to it. This is the indicative site plan showing the potential layout of the dwellings, but this will be made clear at reserve matters stage should the outline be approved. So now I'm just going to show you some site photographs. So this photograph here shows views from the southeast towards the north of the site. So this is the north. And then this is looking towards the east of the site. This photo is looking towards the west of the site. And this one is looking towards the south of the site. As you can see, there is a dip in the land towards the south, as well as the southwest corner of the site. So it goes down like that. So this photograph is looking from the opposite side, the opposite field from the north towards the site. And then this one is behind the hedgerow that runs along Hall Lane opposite the site from the north and looking towards this site. And then you've got this is taken from the pavement looking towards the west of the site. So the site is in here. And then this one is looking east towards the site, and so the site is kind of here. So in terms of the planning balance, officers have identified that the development have a number of benefits which are listed in the approval section of the slide, this part here. But there are a number of harmful impacts that have been identified, which are listed in the refusal sections of the slide here. In considering the planning balance, officers consider that the benefits listed do not outweigh the identified harm, and therefore officers recommend that the application is refused for reasons outlined in the officer's report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Samaya. So, firstly, I'd like to ask Rebecca, can you just remind us when development frameworks were laid out for South Cambridgeshire? I know it's a bit of a, before you were on our...
Was it before I was born?
Could have been. Could have been before I was born.
The current development frameworks are set out in the current local plan, which is 2018.
But they were on local planning, you know, what do you call it? Local plan, local mapping before that, weren't they? Obviously before that.
I can only assume, unfortunately. I haven't looked at the pre-2018 local plan for South Cambs, but the current development frameworks are set out in the appendices to the current local plan.
Okay, thank you very much. Right. The reason I asked that, I'll come to in debate. So, Peter Fane, Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. Question. We heard earlier of the slight amendment to, I think, paragraph 28.3, where it previously referred to separating the two village frameworks. And in paragraph 12.2, it refers to on the edge of the development framework boundary of Great and Little Chisel. Now, I think I'm right in saying that what it does is to separate the development framework of Great Chisel. It isn't dividing two villages. Is that correct, and how relevant would that be?
So, can I clarify that I raised this point with Samaya this morning, and I think it's possible that Samaya has maybe tried to accommodate my concerns, but maybe misunderstood. What I'd clarified was I'd asked for that wording to be clarified to explain that it separates two parts of the village framework within Great Chisel, doesn't it? It's not two village frameworks.
Perhaps we could hear from Samaya on that.
Samaya?
Yes, that is correct. It is just dividing the framework of Great Chisel, but not two different villages. Thank you.
Because Little Chisel is 2 miles further south, so great.
That's correct.
Okay, so answer your question. Great, thank you. Right. So we have public speakers then. So we've got John Mason, who's the agent, attending in person, and then we have Neil Clements from Great and Little Chisel Parish Council. Sorry, did I say that properly? Great and Little Chisel Parish Council. So can I just check if we've got Neil Clements? Yes, you have, thank you. So John Mason, would you like to come forward to the microphone? Thank you. So you have 3 minutes then.
Good afternoon, members. Yes, it's on. My name is John Mason, and I'm the planning agent here on behalf of the applicant. The application before you seeks permission for 8 self- or custom-built properties on an existing infill site in Great Chisel. Your officers feel this is a balanced case, and the question for members today is whether development outside of the framework in a countryside location is justified by the substantial need for self-built dwellings. Officers' first concern is the impact on landscape character. Members will have seen from either visiting the site or the photos that this is a greenfield site between 2 existing residential estates. The landscape officer believes that this is a visual gap in the settlement with views out to the countryside. However, this site is not in a conservation area and is not designated as an important countryside frontage. Your planning officer has concluded that an 8-dwelling development would match the character and density of both Waller's Close and Coltscroft. The inclusion of a central spine road leading to an area of open space would allow passers-by to continue to have views beyond the site, as well as opening the area to public access for walking. We have proposed building height limits in the design code, and this is also an area that members can specifically condition if needed. The second concern is on the location. Whilst Great Chisel itself has limited facilities, it forms part of a necklace of villages that between them have a primary school, post office, several pubs and a GP surgery. The National Planning Policy Framework is clear that development in one village can support services in surrounding villages. It also says that rural development may not always be in locations well served by public transport. This is a conclusion that has come through in recent self-build appeal decisions as well, particularly in Caxton. New residents would therefore help to support local services and facilities. Highways officers have not raised any concerns about the impact on local roads. The third concern is on the loss of Grade 2 agricultural land. The land is a small field parcel which has already been developed on both sides for the existing residential development, and it's too small to be farmed effectively. The case officer acknowledges this and gives this loss only limited weight. The final point on planning balance is the need for self-build homes. Your officer has set out that there is a shortfall of over 400 self-build homes in the district. They conclude that 8 homes will make only a modest contribution to meeting this need. But where will these homes come from if these small and medium sites don't come forward? Inspectors have consistently agreed that existing planning policies are not doing enough to deliver self-build. In our view, the planning balance is clearly in favour of the proposals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mason. Right, any questions raised by what Mr. Mason has said? Thank you. If you could turn the microphone off, thank you. They'll be addressed to the case officer. Thank you. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you. So reference was made in relation to a design code. We've already had information provided by the applicant, which is irrelevant at this point. Given this is outline with all matters reserved apart from the access, the comment around design code, that's not something that's in this application for us for consideration, is it? Is it another piece of irrelevant information?
Samaya, can you respond to that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So yes, a design code has been submitted. However, this does not form part of the approved plan under the outline. However, the details of the development will be submitted at reserve matters, where a clear design code will be provided for each plot.
On the information to provide us, it would appear.
Yes. Yes.
Just to clarify, so that the design code that has been submitted is indicative, so it doesn't actually form part of the application.
Okay, thank you very much. So, in addition, we then, thank you very much, Mr. Mason, and we now come to Neil Clements from Great and Little Chisel Parish Council. So, can you just confirm, Mr. Clements, that you have the authority of your parish council to speak to us today?
I do indeed. They asked me to be here.
Lovely, thank you. So, do go ahead when you're ready.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, members. So briefly, Neil Clements, Vice Chair of the Great and Little Chisel Parish Council. I was asked by my colleagues to come and reinforce the comments that we made in writing at the time of submission. I think a lot of those are very well dealt with in the officer's report, so I'll try and keep my comments narrow. Firstly, on the really important issue of village framework. As you know, our first comment was that this site is outside of that. There's good reason for that, and we are very protective of the village framework because it defines the special nature of the village. So we're concerned in principle, and we're very concerned about the precedent that would set for other developments adjacent to the framework. Second point I've just raised, we haven't touched on it so far, was around ecology. There's been some really good studies done that I've seen. What we don't really touch on is because this provides a pathway from the landscape into the village, that there's that transitory nature of the site which would be lost. And then the third point that was raised in our written submission is that the housing needs survey that was done, I think on behalf of the developers at one stage, very much supported, and the village supports small-scale development for new starter homes and downscaling, but we have no local need for houses of this size. So that's an important consideration that I'd like committee to take account of. Two further points. As I said, the landscape point, you've seen the photos. Actually, they understate the importance of this site to the landscape. It sits below what is effectively our village green and where the village congregates at regular times. And it's a really important part of the nature of that village green and the way in which the village feels about itself. And finally, just reinforcing some of the points around sustainability. Our local catchment school is 5 miles away on the other side of the A505, very dangerous junction at Flint Cross. We have, most of our roads don't have pavements. We have to drive to other local schools, shops, and the like. Having another 8 dozen, maybe more vehicles using those roads, which highways, frankly, struggle to maintain as they are at the moment, would be a genuine concern. I noted reference to broadband provision at the site. There is no high-speed broadband in the village as of yet, so I don't know how that would be provided either. So the village is a wonderful place to live, but sadly, and we've made the point before, and there's case record for this, it's deemed to be a non-sustainable location, and I think that needs to be taken account of as well. But thank you.
Thank you very much for managing to complete within 3 minutes. Thank you. I think one of the things I'd like to pick up from that, and I'm suggesting we move into debate because we haven't got any other requests to speak as far as I can see. So my observation is on the site constraint slide that we had earlier. I have 2 observations about this, and it's about the village, this gap in the village framework of Great Chishill. One is that I suspect that this gap was left quite deliberately because it's an area that's prone to flooding in times of heavy rainfall. Our site constraint map, which Samaya kindly gave us, shows quite clearly that, thank you Samaya, that, okay, this is the 1 in 1,000 year incident, but you can see in each of the years, the 1 in 30, the 1 in 100 and 1 in 1,000 years, this field is very prone to flood. And I think that was personally, it hasn't been confirmed anywhere else, but my feeling is that's the reason that the village framework had a gap in it, because they knew it would be unhelpful to put housing in that gap. And secondly, we had a very useful site visit the other day, and we went to the top of what Mr. Clements calls the village green. It refers to as the village green, which is the meadow above this. And when you are at the top of that meadow, looking south across both the meadow, the road, and this site, there is a very pleasing vista out to the surrounding landscape, which I can absolutely appreciate that the parish do not want to lose, and instead have a row of housing along there. So for me, the actual drainage issue is of greatest importance. So my concern is that that would put new residents in the line of some quite unpleasant flooding in future. That's my observation at the moment, but does anybody else want to speak? Those of us who are on the site visit, we had a useful time there. Any comments for anybody? Yes, Councillor Heather Williams.
Yes, so I think as we we don't have an agenda without self-build. We have a situation with self-build. I think we all acknowledge, accept that and debate that thoroughly. We do have a shortage of supply, but that doesn't mean that everywhere is suitable. I think this is an area where it really is suitable. I understand, I was quite surprised that there wasn't reference to that from our sustainability officer. It's focused more on sort of energy and renewables, but I agree with the comments from the parish council about sustainable locations. We referenced earlier on about not wanting people to be so car dominant and the like. Well, if that's the case, then, you know, and let's face it, 8 houses in some places is not a significant amount, but in places and villages like Great and Little Chisel, it is substantial development for them. I think that the access, you know, there's no sort of objections there, but the principle, and that's all being asked really at this stage, everything else be reserved matters, the principle of 8 dwellings on that site is not appropriate for the reasons that, you know, is made out in the report. I would go further on sustainability as well. And I think those landscape concerns and that break, having those breaks within villages, that sort of street scene that gives natural pauses to allow the countryside into those villages. For you know, it's letting the countryside in, and that again, as I said earlier, you know, the character would substantially change in that area if we were to grant permission for this. So I see absolutely no reason whatsoever, even taking into consideration the fact that we are substantially behind on our land supply for self-build, that there would ever be a reason why we should support this today in this current form. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Can't see anybody else wishing to speak. Oh, right, yes, sorry, got a list. Sorry. Councillor Garvey. No, they had already registered. Councillor Garvey.
No, it's just from Samaya's picture of the 1 in 30 rainfall. I noticed that a lot of the water is along the road, actually. Yes, that's it. So you could imagine it coming down through the field from the road. That's all, just an observation, really.
Yes, and coming back on that, this was something I have a concern about, and the point is, to my mind, if a break were made in that hedge line, which is actually quite high relative to the road currently, all of that water would go down through the site road, and probably in an even more uncontrolled way than it does on that diagram there. Yes, thank you. Right, Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. The question has been raised to what extent this is a sustainable location. It's within 200 metres of the village hall. There is, I think, a pub in the village. It looked like a pub. It's quite a small village, but development of 8 houses could be appropriate to this sort of village, were it not in the middle of the village framework. I think that when we talk about self-build, a development of 8 houses is actually a very significant contribution to the total, because it can only come small steps at a time. We're not going to get massive numbers of self-build coming forward, whether on a bigger site as a small proportion or on a dedicated self-build, custom-build site. So I do think that's a significant factor. The third one is the question of landscape. I don't want to speculate as to why this was left out of the village framework. It could be flooding, which in my view, the drainage issues could be catered for as part of the development, or it could be landscape. When we were out there, we looked at what you, Chair, referred to as the top of the village green over the site. Looking at it from the road, it looked like a site which could be developed without too much significant effect on the landscape. When you get up high, it is clear that there is potential for very significant impact. The degree of that impact depends to some extent on the height of the properties. Now here we hit a difficulty, because the developers have done their best to indicate what the limit in the height might be. but for procedural reasons, we have not been able to take that into account because it wasn't submitted at an earlier stage. Now, if those houses at the top of that field were to be, like the houses on the neighbouring sites, 2+ stories, then it would have a very significant impact. If the houses at the top of the field, where it is going to have the greatest impact, were to be rather lower height, and that is in line with what village people, the parish council and others have told us is needed, smaller houses which contribute to the actual needs of this village, then that might be a reduced impact. But frankly, we as lay people are not able to tell. I think we have to take the advice of our officers who say that this could have a significant impact on the landscape, and that impact outweighs the benefit of the 8 custom-built, self-built houses. And that is reluctantly the view which I have come to on this, and I will therefore be supporting the recommendation of officers.
Rebecca, would you like to speak?
Yeah, if I can just clarify, we did liaise with the planning policy team about the development framework boundaries, which relates to policy S7 in the local plan, and they advised that where settlements have separate areas of built development, I'm reading, I apologise, but I want to get the words right, where settlements have separate areas of built development with open fields or countryside between them, the development framework boundary is only drawn around the built-up areas. So that's why there was a gap left. There was no other reason they've advised as to why. It was simply that they're the 2 built-up areas, so they've drawn around it.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you. Right, and Councillor Sandford, you wanted to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Speak to a couple of points. One of the reasons for refusal is loss of grade 2 agricultural land. Yes, potentially it is, but it didn't show any sign of being farmed in recent years. In fact, there's a bumper crop of thistles and stinging nettles covering most of the site at the moment. So, yes, there's a potential loss, but they don't seem to have been using that land for agricultural purposes recently. I was also going to follow up on Councillor Fane's point about the view, loss of views. It does entirely depend on where you stand. If you're down in Hall Lane on the road, that hedge is tall enough to screen out anything, any reasonable sized house. Yes, if you go to the top of the playing fields and stand on tiptoe, yes, you'll see the houses, but it depends on where you're looking from and how determined you are to look for a view. But yes, I also take on board the comments about potential flooding. That is a concern.
Oh, right, okay, thank you. Yes, Samaya, could you put the planning balance slide up for us, please? I would observe also to Councillor Sandford, you obviously didn't see when we were on site, there were hay bales on the field, so it has been used as a hay meadow.
With respect, Chair, do you think those hay bales came from the site, or have they been moved in to reinforce a position? I can't tell.
I take your point, but it didn't occur to me that they were not from that field. Right? Okay, thank you. Right, so there we've got the planning balance up. Thank you. Councillor Williams, did you want to?
I think Councillor can't, if you're right, it's on this point. I don't want to sort of jump ahead of you. Is that right? I would just do an air of caution. I didn't reference, I do agree that it is third on that list for a reason about the agriculture use, but we must remember it's about the potential. If we work on the basis that is it currently being used as agricultural land, that incentivises people to just stop using that land. So I think it's important as a committee we are clear, has it got the potential? Because we have a limited amount of land, and what we don't need is for people to take it out of production, because we are sort of almost legitimising that by saying, and if people are posing with hay bales. They're very heavy and it's a very odd thing to do, is all I'll say, having lugged them around myself. They're scratchy, itchy and not much fun.
Councillor Ariel Khan.
I wanted to comment on the views. Of course, as a person who's not a resident, I think it's been mentioned before, we can't be as familiar with the views and the character of the area as residents. So it's important to take the residents' views when it comes to the character of an area. But I would comment that, at least as far as I could tell when we were at the site visit, because it's been mentioned a couple of times that the views are mainly from the fields opposite. You can see the break. At least in my experience, most of what you see from the field is trees. And it is only in a few spots that you might see the break between the trees and the houses on either side. So I would hesitate to say that there are particularly exciting views, unless, as Councillor Stanford has mentioned, unless you go looking for them, which people might. So I would at least personally give it slightly less weight than is entirely implied. But I am also concerned about the flooding, as many other people are, especially seeing that it might come down from the road and as you mentioned, might be made more difficult or more problematic if there is a break in the hedge from the development. But I also share Councillor Peter Fain's view that this could be mitigated during the reserved matters stage. So I can't say that I've made up my mind yet, but I don't think it's a clear refusal for me.
Thank you very much. Just on the point of hay bales, I note that on Google Maps it shows hay bales in the field and clear signs of being mowed, and I can't see on this what date that was, but I can't believe that somebody would have put hay bales out in such a way that they were available for Google Maps to look at them. Councillor Rickson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so I guess I don't know the site myself, and I wasn't able to attend the site visit. I think I'm not sure on this one. I'd see it in terms of a site as an infill site. I think that's good, and I think that's a positive of its location. I'm not 100% sure that I'm sort of value the views through and across that site. However, I suppose, and the aspect of flooding, I would say, it's nice that we're able to apply common sense, or our own sense to this, and think, look at that and look at the flood risk. Whereas in previous but having said that, the LLFA do not object and have removed their objection to this, which is obviously there's sort of similarities to the previous application that we considered for a very long time in relation to flooding. But that's in mind, it is recommended for refusal, and I don't feel strongly enough on the positive aspects of it to think to contest the officer's recommendation.
Thank you very much. Right, I can't see anybody else wishing to speak. We have a recommendation for refusal from the case officer. I think a number of us have raised concerns about the site for various reasons. The reason I made the reason I support the view of the landscape officer is when you walk along the public right-of-way, which runs along the top of the field, the meadow above, there is a very good and magnificent view out across the countryside to the south through this gap. And I think that's the landscape issue that the parish council are wishing to retain. I have considerable concerns about the flood risk, and I think it would be exacerbated by breaking, because the other point, in terms of biodiversity, we remember, do we not, that hedges represent a very good source of biodiversity, and one of the requirements of this outline with its access only and all other matters reserved is that there needs to be a break in that ancient hedgerow. And I think that would be a significant loss, and I think it would exacerbate the problem of the flooding, if surface water flooding, if that were to happen in future. I think it would make a very difficult situation. I'm not sure it would be handled easily by drainage engineering, engineering schemes to handle it. So I don't think I can support the application, so I do support the officer recommendation. So, but Rebecca, would you like to summarise for us before we go to a vote?
Just to clarify, the recommendation is set out in paragraph 29.1 of the report. There is a typo, so I will read it. Officer recommendation is to refuse for the reasons set out within the report. There are 4 reasons for refusal, and it should say, with minor amendments to the reasons as drafted, delegated to officers, not conditions. Apologies.
Okay, reasons. Okay, so can we have a proposer to refuse the application? Councillor Heather Williams, and I'm happy to second that. Right, so let's go to the vote then, members. So can I just clarify, we are supporting the officer recommendation. So if you want to support refusal, you press green. If you do not support refusal, you press red. So we have 7 in favour of refusal, 2 giving the opposite view and an abstention. So that's all of us. 7-2-1. Councillor Wilson is back with us in the body of the Kirk. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. So that is refused as per the officer recommendation. Thank you very much. Right, let me just Thank you very much, Samaya, for your report. And thank you to the agent and the representative of Great and Little Chisel Parish Council. Thank you. So now we come on to item 7, which is St John's Church, Station Road, Waterbeach, and it's 25-01627/FUL. And great, okay, and this application is being, the applicant is Mr. Richard Stobart in his capacity as part of the church, but the presenting officer is Pierre Labat, but it's come to us because it's been submitted by a member of the district council.
Hi, thank you very much. Please bear with me, this is my first committee.
So yeah, do take your time, and we look forward to hearing what you've got to say. Thank you.
Perfect. Well, hi, I'm Pierre Labat. I'm the planning officer on this case, or at least I'll be the presenting one. The planning officer on this case was Lydia Green. She apologizes but is unable to present today. Having said that, so this is a minor application, which should ideally be much easier than what you have had to deal with today. This is located in Water Beach in regards to St. John's Church. So the application is 250167 full. The proposal is for the re-roofing of an existing flat roof with added insulation, cedar roof finish, and installation of underground water tank, together with rainwater harvesting system and associated drainage and pipework. I'm assuming you have seen the drawing packs and the report, but I will go through everything with you. So, as you can see from the local plan, we are in Water Beach. We are actually very south of Water Beach, right on the edge of the city, if you're familiar with where St. John's Church is. And this application, whilst touching on St. John's Church, is especially about, can you see this?
Yes, we can see it.
Do you know how I need to put this in? Well, this is regarding to the small connection between the St. John's Church and the annex right south of the building. As you can see from the street view, there's not much to see in terms of the outbuilding itself. It is quite covered by vegetation.
Yeah. Before you move on from that, can you just rest your marker on the map to the left to show us where that street view is being taken from? It's the bottom left-hand corner of the annex building.
Stop sharing.
Yeah. Oops. So if you can just put the cursor on there.
Apologies for that. Here you go.
The glories of IT.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Right. Oh my God.
That's all right, yes.
Up. Here you go. All right, so this is regarding this portion of the annex right there.
Okay, so if you can just leave your cursor on the corner of the building, the southwest corner of the building, which is where that view is from on the right-hand side.
Yes, exactly. Yep. That is where the...
So it's looking into the car park. Right.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
So yeah, as you can see, there's 2 lime trees right here. We'll be able to see more from other plants, but in general, there is quite important vegetation coverage. In terms of constraints, as I said, the site lies at the southern edge of Water Beach. So as you can see, there's the conservation area right there. A part of the site, once again, not necessarily the annex itself, is also in the green belt and outside of the framework as such. In terms of flood zone, this is flood zone 1, and surface water extent would not be affecting the site in itself. The major part of it would be the heritage assets in the area. Besides the conservation, we obviously have the Grade 2 star listed church, as well as 2 Grade 2 listed buildings to the north of the site, which would be the hall and the appropriately named barn to the west of the hall. It's worth mentioning that in the report, there was mention of a church hall. So the church hall would be this portion of the annex. It's called the church hall. It shouldn't be confused with the listed within the hall itself. So whilst work is to be done in relation to the church hall, we're not touching onto the actual listed building of the hall. You'll find that there's not a listed building consent application for this. This is because of the 2010 exemption from churches to submit listed building consent, and full application suffices in this instance. In terms of the site plan, besides the existing lime tree that I've showed you here, you can see from the satellite view that, once again, the annex is quite hidden from view, besides perhaps from the parking lot, which, once again, itself, because of the roof form, the roof that is to be said to be sedum would not be visible. So, having said that, I will go straight to the roof plan. So the small portion of the roof that is flat, that does the connection between the church, which is a listed building, and the annex is the one that would adopt a sedum roof. The sedum roof will be provided by about the approved contractor, which is something we would tend to approve from a landscape perspective. So I assume you know how a sedum roof works, and besides this, there's a rain harvesting scheme using that roof as well as the existing rainwater evacuation system that would take on the rainwater and store it into a 5,000 liter tank buried under the car park of the partition wall at least 170 centimeters from the partition wall itself. So this would not be visible, obviously, and the harvested water would be afterwards used to flush the toilets that are stored inside the annex. So right there. We haven't had any real objections from consultees. Most of them came back with us with no objections. Ecology first objected to the application on the basis that we were lacking a survey, which has since happened, and from a risk assessment perspective and a BNG perspective, there's no harm foreseen with this application. In general, the roofing material would change from felt to sedum, as stated in the report, but it is assumed that this would not be significant material change, as this would not be visible and would, in general, improve the insulation of the annex building. The same can be said about the raised roof by 17 centimeters. Once again, this is found to be quite minor, especially in light of how it would benefit the building altogether in terms of insulation, energy efficiency, sustainability. Similarly, from a sustainability perspective, the idea of harvesting the rainwater and reusing it for the flushing of the toilets in the church annex is a welcomed addition, in that it will not only save some money and some energy for the church, it will also reduce the risk of surface water flooding, which, whilst we're still in flood 1 zone, and this is not as much of a concern because we're dealing with a grade 2 star listed building, the idea of having some type of mitigation strategy in the vicinity is quite a good thing in general, as we can be sure that this building stays here for much longer, regardless of whatever happens with surface water extent in the future. If this planning application was to get approval, we have a set of conditions from archaeology and drainage, as well as our tree officers, to ensure that everything that would happen, any work in construction, would be done according to the policy listed in the local plan. And I think that's about it in terms of planning balance. As I've said, we don't find any reason for refusal. And in terms of approval, we found that all of the work that is proposed is relatively minor, as detailed in the report. it would be beneficial for the listed building and would not touch onto the historical fabric in any way, shape, or form, given it's touching onto a 1970 annex that is not listed. And the rainwater harvesting system is a welcome, sustainable feature for the design. And I think that's about it.
Thank you very much, Pierre Labat. That's great. Has anything that the presenting officer said raised any questions in your mind? Councillor Rickson?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. My query is the condition that was suggested by the lead local flood authority, and then so it's condition 5, so on page 150, which reads, no development other than demolition shall commence until a scheme for the provision and implementation of surface water drainage has been submitted to and approved in writing by local planning authority. I'd just like to know why that is required, because it appears to me that the scheme that we're looking at is for a sedum roof on an existing flat roof, so there's no additional roof surface or hard standing being created. So the sedum roof will, in fact, as we know, will slow down water on that roof anyway. And further to this, a 5,000 litre rainwater harvesting tank will be installed. So I want to know what is the reason for requirement for a full surface water drainage strategy.
Perhaps Mr. Labat can respond.
In this instance, it was requested by our drainage officer, and given that we're obviously working with a scheme that involves a lot of water harvesting and drainage, as you said yourself, I believe it is to ensure that during construction and upon completion of the work, whatever estimation have been made regarding the harvesting of water and its benefits in terms of flooding can be put onto paper, measured, and actually disproven, and if not necessarily proven, but at least noted for us. You know, does that answer your question?
Yes, yeah, answer my question. It just seems a little bit over the top. It's like saying we need full thermal calculations for walls and windows just to test. Well, like we know walls and windows are going to keep the heat in, so like we know this is would appear we're not creating any additional surface. But
so I think we run the risk of.
I was just going to.
Would you like to respond?
Yeah, I was just going to clarify. So that conditions at the request of our drainage officer. Just reading their full comments, they've said that some information has been submitted in respect to surface water drainage and foul water drainage, but as the site is not in or immediately adjacent to an area of identified flood risk, they consider that they need the submission of full surface water details. So a water drainage strategy.
And would there be some calculations in there?
Yes, there will be.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They just need to know that the capacities are going to cover the likely volume, aren't they? Okay, and Councillor Garvey.
Yes, just the following paragraph, number 6, condition 6. I think there's a word missing. Increased risk of.
I believe that was a typo.
Yes. So is it flooding that's missing?
Yes. Yes. It's condition 5. Is just I'm assuming that upon writing the report there was a typo. There's no a 6th condition on my updated report. It's not in there. So okay. Yeah.
It's to ensure a satisfactory method of surface water drainage and to prevent the increased risk of flooding. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Splendid. Okay. Anybody? Oops. Sorry. Right. So now we have Councillor Richard Stobart, who is the applicant. Is that right? Speaking in person? Is that correct? Councillor Stobart, but speaking as Mr. Stobart. Okay, that's fine. As the applicant. Yeah, lovely. Thank you very much. So, when you're ready, Mr. Stobart. You've got 3 minutes. Sorry, Councillor Stobart. It's because you're a councillor that it's come here. Thank you. Do go ahead.
Chair, members and colleagues, thank you very much for the welcome. And I'll just say a few brief words. I'll try not to duplicate what the planning officer has said. I'm here representing the Parochial Church Council of St John's Waterbeach. And I'm here with the express OK of the church wardens. St John the Evangelist, as was pointed out, just lies on the south side of the village of Waterbeach. The church room, which is situated just to the south, originated in the 1970s and was built in 3 stages, and so is already quite a hybrid mix of things. And it currently supports a whole wide variety of community functions. This is why we regard the development as particularly important, because it's benefiting not just the church, but the village, the wider village. The church itself lies just to the north of the site of the former Waterbeach Abbey, and so from an archaeological point of view, it's quite intensive, the area that we've looked at. So it may look like a modest car park, but it is actually an archaeological, a very archaeological dense area. And that's why the archaeology condition we both respect and will obviously need to implement in due course. St John's has been registered with the Eco Church scheme since 2020, and the church has already reached the Silver Award level. And actually the idea of replacing the roof, which was life expired, with a green roof, and supplementing that with rainwater capture came actually from that Eco Church group. Just recently we kind of reorganised our fabric work at the church and pinned down the specification in enough detail for the church architect to proceed with the design. So we kept it simple. We have actually at the same time as proposing a green roof with its cooling effect with an improved U value, of course for better thermal performance during colder conditions. And of course the rainwater capture scheme, and it is quite a joy to behold rainwater pouring off the church in a storm, off the roof, off the nave, off the south aisle, and cascades over this roof, and then used to go into the drainage system. We hope we capture it. Just a brief reflection on our water usage. So the 5,000 litre tank originated with an estimate of how much water we get through, and it is surprising. We flush the toilet a lot at church, and on a busy Sunday, and when the toddler group's meeting, of course, the flushing is quite significant. But we also use water in the kitchen, so hoping to connect the dishwasher in due course. We hope this will be a reference design in the sense that others will copy it. We don't do these things simply to keep them secret, and with other projects that we've done, we've been able to share the experience, certainly with other congregations. So, oh, I'm sorry. Can I just conclude by saying I'd just like to thank the officers for their prompt and thorough work, and for this opportunity to present the nature of the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stobart. I meant to say to officers, don't start the clock until Richard had completed his preamble, but hey-ho, we're there, thank you. Right, thank you very much indeed. Has anything that Councillor Stobart said raised any questions in your minds? No? I would just like to draw our attention to the fact that our colleague Councillor Paul Bearpark, the local member, has supported this application, which is at 8.1 in our agenda. All looks splendid to me. An excellent idea. The roof is at the end of its life, and you've made a very sensible and coherent application to replace it with something much more eco-friendly and that will use the water from the roof. It looks a very admirable application, and I'd like to thank you as for doing the application, because it's a lot of work. So I can't see any reason to refuse this. It looks utterly sensible, and we just wish you good luck with the archaeology and hope anything interesting that's unearthed can be explained to the residents and the community. Anything else, Councillor? Sorry, not Councillor, Rebecca?
No, I was just going to summarise.
Yes, do you want to summarise?
Thank you. Officer recommendations to approve, subject to the conditions set out in the report, with minor amendments to the conditions drafted delegated to the officers, with the insertion of the word flooding into the reason for condition number 5. Thank you.
Okay, and that's all on page 148. So, members, let's go. We need a proposer. Councillor Redrop and Councillor Garvey as a seconder. Thank you very much. Okay. We're agreed what condition that wording goes into. Let me just see. It's condition 5. It's condition 5. The reason is the reason for condition 5. It's wrongly been numbered as 6. So that was just the reason. Okay, lovely. So let's go to the vote, folks. So if you're in favour of the recommendation, press green. If you object, press red. That's 9 of us, and Councillor Wilson has gone. So I think that's 9 of us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So unanimously in favour. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Councillor Stobart. And sorry it's been such a long wait. So, right, okay. Now, so that brings us on to, thank you very much to Pierre Labat as well. Thank you very much for presenting that to us. So item 8 is appeals against planning decisions and enforcement action. Would Rebecca give us an update and respond to or take away any queries?
Yep. This is just a summary of the appeal decisions that we've received and new appeals that we received, and along with the list of appeal statements that are due to be submitted. I think for some reason some of them that were on the August committee are also on this one. So I'm not sure what's happened with the table. But any questions, please let me know and I will take them away and come back to you.
Lovely. Okay then, so we can contact Rebecca directly with any queries. Okay. So, and if you remember, we have been advised in the past by our compliance officers that there are things that, if they were to answer them in public committee, that might jeopardise any subsequent court appeal or bringing to pins. So we have to be careful about that. Okay, so members, that brings us to the end of our decisions today. Our next meeting is on the 8th of October, and I'm going to close the meeting at 16:23. Thank you very much indeed, members, for your patience and for, good Lord, yes, sticking with us for 6 hours.